Hello everyone, welcome to this Classics playthrough and analysis on the best game of the 2010s Portal 2. For those that aren't aware, Classics playthrough and analysis is supposed to resemble a super long form video essay where instead of having to condense all my thoughts down into a digestible script, I instead just play through the game, point things out as they come up, and gush about everything. I have a list of items to talk about for each section of the game to keep it fairly structured, and hopefully we talk about other things as they come up throughout the playthrough as well. So this time we're doing Portal 2. I'm actually very nervous to talk about this game because it's so good, it's so obviously good, and so many people have given their insight on this game over the years. But as is always the case when I do one of these series, I do it because I think that I have a somewhat unique interpretation of the game, something that is not totally commonplace, something that may offer a new way to think about the work. So this all applies to Portal 2 as well. And of course I will be getting to the details of that as we go through the game. So background stuff. Portal 1, everyone knows the story here. Started out as a freeware game made by some college students, caught the attention of Valve, was eventually converted into a short add-on concept type of game for the Orange Box bundle in 2007, packaged alongside Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, the new expansion, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and Team Fortress 2. And the idea here at the time was that, hey, even if this new concept didn't really work out well, it would just be a short add-on, along with the other two new games, TF2 and Episode 2, where those were both the sellers, right? So here's just the add-on. And you know, if you're going to bundle it with these two more marketed, more in-demand games, it's going to have a better chance of catching on. You're going to have more people giving it a shot because they already bought the game anyways. And we all know what happened after that. Portal became an overnight sensation, won a shit ton of Game of the Year awards in 2007, which, by the way, maybe one of the best years for games ever. And it was winning Game of the Years in that year. This game was put in the freaking Smithsonian. And of course, Portal spawned a lot of internet memes. Okay, memes that would keep this game in the public conscious all the way until Portal 2's release 4 years later. Okay, they started working on Portal 2 shortly after Portal 1's release, and they understood the importance of the game that they were working on. The team got bigger, more resources allocated to the game. The game is longer, obviously, but even before Portal 2 released, Gabe Newell, head of Valve, was telling the press that Portal 2 would be Valve's last game with a, quote, isolated single-player experience. And depending on your definition of that, this is still true. This is the last, like, if you want to call it that, traditional single-player campaign, not counting whatever VR and extra peripherals and all that stuff. It still is the last, like, specifically intended for isolated single-player experience campaign. I'm not wording this very well. It's okay. But the point is, this is kind of what Valve was in a lot of ways built on, right? It is putting a lot of pressure on yourself as a developer that was, you know, arguably still is, best known for the industry-defining Half-Life series, to say, this is the last one of these linear campaigns that we are going to make. This is the last one. So a lot of pressure and a lot of expectations for this game. They're putting all their eggs in this basket. Portal 2's single-player campaign, which is what we're going to be playing, of course, was co-written by Portal 1 writer Eric Wolpaw, who is mostly who I'm going to be talking about throughout the playthrough, just because he's had more interviews about this game and stuff like that. And also, ex-National Lampoon writer Jay Pinkerton. Woolpaw went into Portal 2 with the intention of building upon Portal 1's unique strengths in its blend of unsettling, creepy, sterile atmosphere and intimate, dry humor to cut through that tension. He has been on record saying that Portal 2 is a comedy game, and he wanted to expand the game's emphasis on the sort of close comedic relationship that GLaDOS has with Chell in Portal 1. And we're obviously, for people who know this game, we're going to be talking about Wheatley about every 2 seconds in this game, but this is the first time we're going to be mentioning Wheatley. If somehow you don't know Portal 2 and you're watching this video, watching this stream, don't worry, this will be explained very quickly. But Wheatley's character, for example, about this idea of let's make a comedy game, even before they were actually able to get Stephen Merchant on board, they based the Wheatley character and the way his dialogue was written after Stephen Merchant. Just to give you an idea of this is how they wanted the game to be from the start. Very intentional. Not to mention they brought on J.K. Simmons as well. We're going to be talking a lot about the voice acting performances in this game as well. Not even mentioning fucking GLaDOS either. And here's the thing. There's a lot of intent going into this game. Portal 2 is going to be a comedy game. This is a funny game. This is a funny game. This is funny for all ages. I laughed at this game when I first played it when this game came out in 2011. And I still laugh at it now, all these years later. And the thing is, Portal 2 will repeatedly tell us comedy from one perspective is tragedy from another. And there's a lot of tragedy to unpack in this game, and I am so ready to go through it. Some disclaimers. First one. My analysis of this game is my opinion, and I am not trying to claim that it's absolute truth, because that is not possible, because everyone perceives art differently. Disclaimer number 2. Spoiler warning for everything in Portal 1 and Portal 2's single-player story, mild spoilers for Portal 2's co-op story, and possible mild spoilers for Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and Half-Life 2 Episode 2. For the purposes of this analysis, this is disclaimer 3, expanded Portal universe games such as Potato Sack, The Lab, Aperture Desk Job, and the Perpetual Testing Initiative DLC are considered non-canon for the purposes of this analysis. And maybe more controversially, Portal 2's co-op story and peer-reviewed DLC will also be considered non-canon, or at least not applicable to the intended story of the single-player campaign, because all of this material was written by a different writing team than the single-player campaign. And without getting too deep into it, I probably will later, knowing me. I can't help myself. But all I'm going to say is you can tell. You can tell that this was a different group that wrote the co-op campaign and the peer-reviewed DLC. So for that reason, I'm just not considering that canon for the single-player campaign. So there you go. Maybe a little controversial, but I hope as we go further, it will make more sense why I think that way and why I think there is a disconnect, and so on and so forth. This is talking about just the single-player campaign of Portal 2. Jaguar says in chat, just get it out there, I'm someone who hasn't played this game for more than 5 minutes. Wow! Okay, this is gonna be great then. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. This is probably my favorite section of the script every time I do one of these CPAs, and it's applicable, which is let's watch some old video game trailers. The first one we have here is the announcement of this game at E3 2010. Let me go ahead and Is this going to do that? No. Prepare this. Where is my second monitor scene? Okay. So, E3 2010 Portal 2 announcement trailer. This is just really good. This is really good. This is important. Let's switch over.
Our next guest has spent the better part of a decade developing some of the most critically acclaimed franchises, and we're really pleased to welcome
crusty ass quality.
Stand by for an important announcement from the Aperture Science Emergency Supply System. Deploying supplies in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Dave Newell, and I work at Valve. Now, I've been pretty outspoken in my comments about the current generation of game consoles. So I'd really like to thank everyone at Sony for their gracious hospitality and for not repeatedly punching me in the face. If I seem a little nervous, it's because Kevin Butler was introduced me backstage as the VP of sharpening things. As an industry, we're going through a transition from entertainment as a product to entertainment as a service. And because of that, the needs of game players and game developers are evolving. More specifically, it's not just about chips for rendering pixels or calculating nav meshes. It's about giving gamers a complete social connected experience. By adopting an open approach to these challenges, the PlayStation 3 is going to excel in this area. So, I'm very pleased to announce that we'll be bringing Portal 2 to the PlayStation 3. I'm excited that Steam will be part of that experience, and I think that gamers will be delighted with features like Steam Cloud and automatic updates that will make the PlayStation 3 version of Portal 2 the best version on any console. So now, for the very first time, let's take a look at Portal 2.
It's been a long time. How have you been? I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster.
I mean, that's just brilliant. That's just brilliant. Awesome trailer. Awesome trailer. Gives you chills. Sup, Sickus? Is this a Max Jersey stream? This ain't Portal 2 or Max Jersey. Yeah, that's right. Gabe Newell took over. That's oh my goodness. The we're going to get to everything they mentioned in the trailer once we actually get there in game, but fuck the it's been a long time. How have you been? Iconic people. This is what I'm trying to say. Iconic. The second thing I want to show. This is actually in game, which is nice. Let me reset my bullshit up. My scenes. Second thing I want to show. This was a trailer. So a lot of the way they did hype for this game, which was, believe it or not, abnormal at the time. They released a lot of short, like 30-second trailers on YouTube, on the Valve YouTube channel, leading up to the release of this game. And most of these are in the extras panel here, which is really cool that they're in game. I love it. I love it when devs do this, because if you're a fucking nerd like me, you want to remember this stuff, right? And it is still on their YouTube as well, so I could look at that. But why would I when I could just go in game? The one that I want to talk about specifically, we could just watch all of them. This one is very interesting, called Turrets, which is actually going to give a lot of character insight to someone that we're going to meet later in the game, Cave Johnson. I'm going to be mentioning the Turrets Aperture promo once we get to that point in the game, which is a pretty decent way in. But yeah, this actually gives a lot of insight into Cave Johnson and Aperture Science in general, in my opinion. So this is my favorite one, if we're going to pick one of these Aperture promos to watch. This is it, so let's watch it.
Cave Johnson here, introducing the consumer version of our most popular military-grade product.
Hello.
The Turret. How do we get so many bullets in them? Like this. Plus, we fire the whole bullet. That's 65% more bullet per bullet. This is the same technology we've been using on robots for decades. Scares the hell out of them. They come in hundreds of designer colors, including forest, desert, table, evening at the Improv. What idiot picked these? Then we box them up and ship them straight to your doorstep, so you can protect the things that matter most.
Good night.
Just try and get close to that baby. Your funeral. Cave Johnson, we're done here.
So that's some good stuff, right? There's Aperture Science's main consumer product that this honestly gets funnier the further you get into the game, I swear. But Aperture Science's main consumer product that they are offering out of everything that they are able to make in their facility, turrets, and their example of a practical use for having a home turret is to protect your child, even though it is activated by movement. So there you go. There's the Turrets trailer. Third one I want to show, this is going to be YouTube again. This is the launch TV spot for Portal 2. And this is going to have a little bit of a slightly different flavor from the initial launch, so I think it's interesting to show. And also, just because it's pretty fucking good. Also, because it's good. I'm just nerding out. I'm nerding out here, folks. Let me switch scenes again.
Oh, good. There you are. Let's get started. We're going to have fun. With science. Rated everyone. 10 and up.
Yeah, so I like that I like that trailer a lot, just because the idea of, like, if you don't know what this game is about, that's a very just standard, like, Jaguar was saying that he hasn't played this game. He's probably thinking, what's the big deal about that? It's if you know, you know, I guess. Like, if you have no context for who GLaDOS is and what Aperture Science is, you can take what she is saying 100% earnestly. And if you do know, it's like really horrifying, actually. But this probably sold a lot of games. Probably sold a lot of copies to a lot of people who are not familiar with the series, based on the genuine premise from GLaDOS, which is very in character. So I like that trailer a lot. The last thing I want to show, this is just weird. I didn't even realize this until I was writing my notes for this CPA here. Does anyone in chat remember the movie Super 8? You can see at the bottom of the extras here. I'm about to play that. Super 8 was a J.J. Abrams movie that came out in, I think it's 2012 or maybe 2011. And J.J. Abrams happened to be a fan of Portal 1 and fucking Gabe and company are also a fan of J.J. Abrams. So there was just a mutual agreement. I would love to be a fly on the wall and figure out how this happened, but this is hey, JJ, you get to have your a spot for your upcoming movie put into Portal 2, and it's going to be playable for some reason, so let's play the Super 8 demo for the movie. Gonna have to change my Steam to offline. I'll do that after this. I always forget. Literally every fucking playthrough. And that's it. And then it links you to the the fucking I'm guessing this has to be like the movie's website or something, and the domain doesn't exist anymore. So there you go. That's some lost media, I guess. Let me close out of that. Let me I could go in here and just go offline, right? Or no, it won't. I guess I'm gonna have to go on BRB. Give me un momento to do that. But anyways, that's Super 8. It's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. A lot of people just don't realize that's in the game, but it sure is. It is bundled right in the extras menu. So there you go. There's that. Exit to main. Let's move back to the main screen. And just want to bring up one last thing before we dive in, and that, of course, is talking about themes. I said earlier that I think this is the best game of the 2010s. And while that is almost entirely due to the quality of the game, I'm personally someone who, when coming up with these kinds of lists, I like to take cultural context into account. So in this case, if I'm picking a game of the decade, it should be a game that not only is very good, but also one that properly represents what that decade is. Okay? The 2010s were not the decade when computers were invented, the internet was invented, when social media was invented, when cell phones or even smartphones were invented, but it is the decade when the line between internet lives and real world lives became massively blurred. When internet culture and pop culture started to become one and the same. When wireless connectivity everywhere at every time with no exceptions went from a luxury to an expectation. When all of these things became so mass adopted that they were truly inescapable, and it was moving fast. It was moving too fast for anyone to really process everything that was going on in real time. Portal 2 is a digital age variant on the Greek tragedy of Prometheus. As we will see later in the game, Portal 2 describes the original tragedy as, quote, Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds. I'll expand on the Greek myth stuff as we go along, but what's important to know for now is that Portal 2 is structured in a way to specifically draw emphasis to hubris as the downfall for not only Prometheus, but Epimetheus as well. Aperture science, as we will see many times, is really just a result of a lot of confidently bad decisions. Decisions that Portal 2 will mostly divide into two camps, foolish and moronic. But how exactly does one act like a fool or act like a moron, and what do you have to do to not become one? And what systems exist to enable fools and morons to amplify their behaviors? I'm so ready for this game. No more hesitation. Let's go ahead and get started with Portal 2. I am going to be playing on developer commentary mode, obviously. You think I'm not going to play this? Every game should have a dev commentary mode. So we are going to start with Chapter 1, the Courtesy Call. Clapping before the game even starts.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 50 days. In compliance with state and federal regulations, all testing candidates in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center must be revived periodically for a mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look up at the ceiling. Good. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look down at the floor. Good. This completes the gymnastic portion of your mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. There is a framed painting on the wall. Please go stand in front of it.
Before I do that, this is the first room in the game I already have stuff written down. Come on, you guys should have known better. You guys should have known better.
There's a framed painting on the wall. Please go stand in front of it.
He's going to keep saying that until I do it, so he's going to continually interrupt me. That's fine. I don't care about that. All right? Actually, I kind of do. Maybe I'll pause the game. We'll see. So we opened Portal 2.
On the wall.
Fuck, this is annoying. We opened Portal 2, okay, by waking up in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center. we are actually getting some interesting lore into the history of aperture science that we're not going to have more context for until many hours from now. This is an old-looking room even at the time of release, right? This game came out in 2011, but let's look at what we have here. We have some wood furniture, and we have wood finishing everywhere. We have a pretty old microwave here. We have the old, like, 10-inch mounted CRT in the corner. You know, that's a dentist office classic, right? We got some tacky wallpaper right here. Bright-ass office lighting from over here. And the obligatory painting
You will hear a buzzer.
right here.
When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art. You should now feel mentally reinvigorated. If you suspect staring at art has not provided the required intellectual sustenance, reflect briefly on this classical music. Good. Now please return to your bed.
Yeah, I'm not doing that yet. So this is all kind of old, even at the time of release. This is almost certainly indicating, based on the style of the room, not to mention like what this bed sheet looks like and stuff like that, the type of rotary phone we have here. This was almost certainly built for testers of aperture science during a time after which, again, everything I'm about to say probably doesn't make sense right now. It will later on. Assuming that you don't already know this game, obviously. The last time that they would have really had a chance to build a specific facility, like a hotel room type of thing, which is obviously what they're going for aperture science testers to sit here, would have been before GLaDOS' activation, which is in 1998. This is a 90s ass hotel room, folks. This is a, I mean, I guess it would be hard to say because I'm not an interior design expert. This is kind of where my fault lies. So maybe it's a little older than that, and even for that period, they're trying to go for something earlier. But this is a 90s ass hotel room, is kind of the point of that. And this is something that, like, they don't have to do this, but they do. You know, just to give you a lot of that contextual background information, environmental storytelling, all that kind of stuff. Valve has always been... The best is a strong phrase, but they've always been so good at this stuff, and it is always very intentional. So I like paying attention to that, just saying, like, this is the state of what they were thinking when they made this room. They were like, let's make a tacky ass fucking hotel room. I mean, you got the one random plant in the corner. I don't know, just a lot to unpack here. Next thing I want to talk about, we have 3 developer commentary bubbles as well before I get into bed. But this painting, right? What this tells you is that aperture science has a very superficial understanding of what they're trying to accomplish here. So what happens in this intro? There's a voice that comes from a speaker somewhere. Let's do some stretches. Look up, look down. Okay, that's good enough. That's all the stretches you need. Now let's stimulate you intellectually, because as we're about to learn, you've been asleep for a long time. Hello, Jem. You missed the intro and watching old trailers and stuff. But that's all right. That's all right. I can go back and look at the VOD later if you want. But welcome. So they say, let's do some stretches. Look up, look down. Okay, that's all the stretches you need, right? Then you come over here. And their thing is, as we're about to learn, you've been asleep for a long time, right? And exactly how long is... I'll get to that when I get to that. But it's been long enough where you need to be re-stimulated. So how do you do that? What do smart people do? Look at this painting on the wall. This is how you just stare at the art. And then they literally say, if you're not stimulated by that, what else do smart people do? Let's listen to some classical music. So there's a pattern in this game. It's funny, but it also actually tells you a lot about Aperture and how they operate and how the brains of the operation go about trying to accomplish a goal. Because this demonstrates an understanding of an objective and the steps that are necessary to get there in a pragmatic sense, but not the how or the why, right? Like, smart people look at paintings, so you look at paintings. Well, you're kind of missing about 10 steps there, right? Like, the how or the why is not really a question, just do. This is a pattern. This is actually one of the best intros you could have to Aperture Science, in my opinion. So now let's do dev commentary before I go to sleep.
The idea of being stuck forever in a state of stasis that looked like a crappy old motel room had been in our minds for a long time, but we weren't sure exactly how we wanted to rip you out of it. There was some debate over whether the opening sequence happened inside the player's head or not. There was an alternate opening where Aperture had hooked up all of its cryo-stored test subjects to an incredibly boring hotel room simulator, which Wheatley would then wake the player from. Eventually, this was discarded as too difficult to explain in the short time allotted, and we opted to change the hotel room to a container ride on a rail. This allowed us to show the player, rather than tell them about how they and other test subjects have been stored, show some of the scale of the facility, and even hint at how much time has passed. We also get to gradually reveal all of this through the destruction of the container itself as it moves and bangs into things. Overall, this gives the player a much more dynamic and visceral introduction to Portal 2.
So, the boring hotel room.
Hi, my name is Gabe Newell, and welcome to Portal 2.
Should have did this one first,
When
my
we
bad.
released the original Portal in 2007, it was an experiment to see how gamers would respond to a different kind of gameplay and storytelling experience. Portal went on to win a bunch of awards, sell many copies, and, most importantly, resonate with gamers in a way that no other Valve title has. The challenges for us in building Portal 2 were to live up to people's expectations, to take you back to the world of Chell and Aperture Science, and to surprise gamers again, not with more of the same, but with more of the new. And I think it will be, mostly, a pleasant surprise. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node and press the use key again. Some commentary nodes may take control of the game in order to show something to you. In these cases, simply press your use key again to stop the commentary. Please let me know what you think after you've had a chance to play Portal 2. I can be reached at GABEN@valvesoftware.com. I get about 10,000 emails each time we release a game, and while I can't respond to all of them, I do read all of them. Thanks, and have fun.
That's what I was about to say, Jim. I was curious about that too. And I, not verified obviously, but I did some digging and found like people giving accounts on the internet from like as recently as this year of like Gabe actually responding to their emails about like I liked playing whatever game, then just getting like a thank you response. So that I was very, very surprised by that because Valve has grown incredibly in the last 15 years. Like I'm very shocked at all. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
The writers went back and forth over whether or not Wheatley had tried escaping with other test subjects before waking the player up. It was an interesting idea, and you can still hear remnants of this story arc in some of the dialogue. But at the end of the day, it was just too expansive a concept to sell, so it's hinted at, but not overtly mentioned until the end.
Hold on, I just
The
zoned out. I
writers
need
went
to...
back and forth over whether or not Wheatley had tried
Oh,
escaping
this
with
one.
other test
Yeah.
subjects before.
So, okay. I'll talk about that in a second. That doesn't make sense yet. I think I did this out of order. That's fine. Yeah, it really is. It's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome.
You have been in suspension for
9.
this courtesy call.
Hello? Anyone in there?
Subjects should vacate the enrichment
Hello?
center immediately. Any test subject
Are you
non-emergent
gonna open the
suspension
door
at this time.
at any time?
Give me un momento. Scroll down in my notes.
Exercised his or her rights.
Hello?
So let me look around here. Aperture. We are experiencing technical difficulties.
Fairly urgent.
Concerns regarding this
Oh, just open the door.
The painting changes.
Hello, friend.
Okay.
Why not open the door?
press drawer in front of you. And write us all.
Notice it's
Spanish.
I don't know. There's some stuff that's very slightly different. This is all changed. Look at that indent in the bed.
It's not like I don't have, 10,000 other test subjects begging
Shut
to
the
help them
fuck
escape.
up, Wheatley. My God. All right, you. So you wake up at an indeterminate time in the future. Okay. It's not actually 9,99999 years. It's not. Like, okay, there's a couple times during this playthrough where I'm going to get, like, combative with some fan theories, and I'm obviously going to have my theories of my own. This is Classics playthrough and analysis, of course. That's the point. It's not actually 9,999 years. It's not, but it is long enough for the voiceover to overflow, and that's basically all the information that you're going to get, right? Like, something fucked up, the system fucked up, and there's no sense of time anymore, and that's what's important, right? You can see that the room has been modified, which is what I talked about. The TV was turned on, the painting changed, the closet doesn't have doors, which shows that someone has been coming into this room. If you are already familiar with Portal 1, this should actually raise a lot of questions, but I will return to that later. So meanwhile, someone is trying to open the door right now to check in on us. So let me just say this. Those two things, this is actually, like, when I was going through, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And I have an idea of what this is. TLDR, I think it probably makes the most sense if there is a separate core that isn't Wheatley that was coming in here at some point. I think that's what makes the most logical sense. But the game makes it pretty clear, based on Wheatley knocking on the door 100 times here, and what Wheatley says as soon as we open it, that it's not him that was coming in, but someone else was coming in. So how does that make sense? And we also know it's not Ratman, as we are going to figure out pretty soon. And if you don't know who Ratman is, we will talk a lot about Ratman. But yeah, someone was coming in, modifying things, and checking in on us, basically, until they weren't. And then everything started decaying, 9,999 years, and here we are. Let's talk to Wheatley.
It's not like this place is about to explode. Oh, God. You look good. Looking good, actually. Are you okay? Are you... Don't answer that. I'm absolutely sure you're fine. There's plenty of time for you to recover. Just take it.
Please prepare for emergency evacuation.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Prepare. That's all I'm saying. Prepare. It's all fine. All right? Don't move. I'm going to get us out of here. Oh, you might want to hang on to something. Word of advice. Up to you. You all right down there? Can you hear me? Hello? Most test subjects do experience some cognitive deterioration after a few months in suspension. Now, you've been under for quite a lot longer, and it's not out of the question that you might have a very minor case of serious brain damage. But don't be alarmed, all right? Although if you do feel alarmed, try to hold on to that feeling, because that is the proper reaction to being told that you've got brain damage. Do you understand what I'm saying?
at all? Does any of this make any sense? Just tell me. Just say yes. Okay, what you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. But never mind. Say apple. Apple. Okay, you know what? That's close enough. Just hold tight.
All reactor core safety.
I laugh every time. It's so good. That's a good bit.
Okay, look, I wasn't going to mention this to you, but I'm in pretty hot water here. How you doing down there? You still holding on? The reserve power ran out, so of course the whole
This sequence is
relaxation center
insane.
stops waking up the bloody test subjects. Hold on, this is a bit tricky. And of course, nobody tells me anything. No, why should you tell me anything? Why should I be kept informed? You know, about the life functions of the 10,000 bloody test subjects I'm supposed to be in charge of. Why? It's close. Can you see? Am I gonna make it through? Have I got enough space? Just gotta get through here. Okay, I just gotta concentrate. And whose fault do you think it's gonna be when the management comes down here and finds 10,000 flipping vegetables? Alright, see, no, I hit that one. I hit that one. Okay, listen, we should get our story straight, alright? If anyone asks, and no one's gonna ask, don't worry, but if anyone asks, tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked, everyone looked pretty much alive, alright? Not dead. Okay, almost there. On the other side of that wall is one of the old testing tracks. There's a piece of equipment in there that we're gonna need to get out of here. I think this is a docking station. Get ready. Good news, that is not a docking station. So there's one mystery solved. I'm going to attempt a manual override on this wall. Could get a bit technical.
About that line.
Hold on. Almost there. Remember, you're looking for a gun that makes holes, not bullet holes. But don't worry, you'll figure it out. Seriously, do hold on this time. There we go. Now, I'll be honest, you are probably in no fit state to run this particular type of cognitive gauntlet. But at least you're a good jumper. So you got that, you got the jumping on your side. Just do your best, and I'll meet you up ahead.
So, that's Wheatley.
Off you go.
As the dev commentary said, there are hints throughout the game
March on through that.
that shut up that he originally tried to escape Aperture Science around the time when, frankly, when everyone else did. And what is clear that he is also trying to escape right now. So this is like his second chance to do it, and he's thinking that this is his best opportunity. And you can extrapolate why now, and that kind of unintentionally informs you a lot about Wheatley, but I'm going to get to that later. Like I said, the line, "I'm going to attempt a manual override," is really good because, you know, the idea of manual override is slam into the wall as hard as you can, which is very Wheatley, which will get proven over and over and over again. But it also shows that the fact that he is lying to you is just an indicator of what we're going to learn many times, that Wheatley is very insecure. It's actually, I would argue, his biggest character trait, much more than the word that is repeatedly used in this game to describe him. He is very insecure, and he would never, ever, ever, ever admit that what appears to be reactionary improvisation isn't actually secretly calculated all along. And so, even in that ending part, he has this slow realization that, like, he's relying on Chell to be his way to finally escape, but he's like, shit. She probably has brain damage. She can't even speak anymore. I said say apple and she jumped. So Wheatley thinks you're stupid. And he's like, you're probably not actually going to be able to complete any of these puzzles. But Wheatley is sunk cost fallacying himself into cope. And that is a brilliant introduction to Wheatley. It informs so much about him. Really love that scene. All right, now dev commentary. And then I'll read chat.
The container ride destruction sequence provided some unique technical challenges. The dynamics you experience are actually computed as two separate but nested simulations. The first is a core-scale simulation designed as a stress element analysis pass. This pass computes the overall gross motion of the container itself and computes the collisions and breakpoints based on path keyframe data and a network of constraints. As the container bumps and crashes along, the constraints start breaking and the room progressively starts to come apart. There are over 300 rigid bodies and 900 constraints in this
300 rigid
all
bodies
individually
and
configured
900
properties like
constraints.
Tensile, friction, and collision response. The core simulation portrayed gross motion that captured the main dynamics of the ride, but not the fine details. The product of the core simulation was then used to deform spline-based surfaces representing the container geometry, which in turn were parents to fine debris anchored as rigid bodies. As the surface deformations increase, anchors are broken and the fine debris rigid bodies are released into the simulation. The fine simulation also includes the interior furniture and the model detailing. The two simulations were then connected using cache data and were driven together by a series of scripts. Due to the computational complexities of having two nested simulations, we had to come up with some solutions to some interesting mathematical problems. One problem was that the nested nature of the simulations resulted in some instability in the fine debris calculations due to floating point computational limits. The solution employed for this was to compute the fine debris on a stage where the root transform of the core simulation was essentially cancelled out and stored for later use. This allowed us to more accurately detect the fine interactions between the debris and the environment. Post-simulation, the root transform position and inertia were reapplied to the details. We solved the problem of trying to compute the player within this highly dynamic environment by putting them in a virtual room that has all the base shapes of the rendered container, but is simply used to compute player navigation. It's hidden somewhere else in the map. The viewpoint of the player is then parented to the core simulation transform, resulting in the final rendered frame. At the end of the ride, the player is teleported into the actual game space. The simulations were iterative, enabling us to sculpt the dynamics in parallel with gameplay design. In the final product there are over 1,200 rigid bodies, 900 constraints and 1,000 joints. With all the iterations combined, the actual runtime spent computing the simulation was 92.4875 days.
This is the first 10 minutes of the game, by the way. This is the first 10 minutes of the game. This was, to be fair, we watched the trailers. This was their trailer shot. They thought this was their trailer shot. And it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. I'm not going to lie. It's a good one. It really gets across the scale of what is going on way more than Portal 1 did. Like, this shit was absolutely mind-blowing when it came out. This felt like a next-gen game.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. We are currently experiencing technical difficulties due to circumstances of potentially apocalyptic significance beyond our control. However, thanks to emergency testing protocols, testing can continue. These pre-recorded messages will provide instructional and motivational support so that science can still be done, even in the event of environmental, social, economic, or structural collapse. The portal will open, and emergency testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Science can still be done even in the case of collapse. That is also a pretty good one-sentence summary of Aperture, for sure. And this runs very structurally deep. So I like that line a lot. Let me start reading chat now. Jem says, the sheer inefficiency of designing robots on an elaborate rail system instead of just having them connected to a network or something is very Aperture. Absolutely. They have there's a dev commentary thing later where they bring that point up, actually. Well, not in that context. They're talking about the tubes that go throughout the facility, and they mentioned they wanted to make the most inefficient but fancy looking thing possible. I think is the phrase they use, which is That pretty much checks out. Jem says, there's got to be some kind of medal for making a character who talks that much and not ruin the game with him. Not only does he not ruin the game, he's like a fucking incredibly dynamic and well done character. Like, I don't trust someone who plays this game and they hate Wheatley after they're done playing. Like, I have some inherent suspicion about you as a person. Like, what exactly made you not derive joy from this character? Like, I think there's a fundamental disconnect here. What's going on here? Jaguar says, it's too bad there are potentially apocalyptic circumstances at least we can test during these times. Absolutely correct. That is the thought we have to test. And also, obvious, but this is the same room that you start Portal 1. And we are going to go through the Portal 1 test chambers all again. I love this trope so much. It's actually such a fucking flex. I love when games do this. The sequel to the game, the first part of the game is go through the last game you already played, and by the way, that's like 5% of the new game. So they're gonna do that thing here, which is fucking awesome. And it also shows how decayed everything is, because it's, oh, I remember what this was like in Portal 1. This was so clean and sterile and kind of, you know, it was like off-putting. It was too clean. It was like oddly suspicious. There's a sense of impending dread that something's going to go wrong. And this time, it's just fucking overgrown with a bunch of shit. By the way, this is why it's not 9999999 years. Almost certainly. This is like probably your first indicator. I'm going to shut up about this. I'm sorry. I just want to get this out of the way because I didn't give any evidence before. I'll probably be bringing it up as the game goes along. But there's... it is still recognizable to us. Right? Like, the types of vegetation that we have, the types of animals that you can hear, and the atmosphere is recognizable to us, right? I think that is the largest indicator, given the circumstances of where the Portal universe takes place and what's already been established and stuff like that. I think that is your biggest red flag to it actually being 9999 years. It's not. So anyways, enough of that. Let's move on. But it has been a long time.
Cube and button-based testing remains an important tool for science, even in a dire emergency. If cube and button-based testing caused this emergency, don't worry. The odds of this happening twice are very slim. If you feel liquid running down your neck, relax, lie on your back, and apply immediate pressure to your temples. You are simply experiencing a rare reaction in which the material emancipation grill may have emancipated the ear tubes inside your head.
This room is meant to teach players the fundamentals of portals, connecting them to two places in the world. As the blue portal moves around the world, the orange stays rooted. In the original portal, this room had these portals moving by themselves on a timer. This led to most people simply staring through their orange portal, waiting for the blue one to end up in the right place.
I did that.
We felt that altering this to make the players decide where the portals came out was more instructive, and meant that players who already knew how to use portals could solve this puzzle both quickly and with authority.
They were absolutely correct. And for what it's worth, just this room, again, like direct comparison to the last game, if nothing else, there is a level of reassurance where it's like, okay, so they understood how to make this better. Like that early on. It's like, okay, they learned from the last game, you know? It's a good feeling when you're playing a sequel. It's a good feeling.
Please take a moment to write down the results of your test. An Aperture Science Reintegration Associate will revive you for an interview when society has been rebuilt. If the Earth is currently governed by a manner of animal king, sentient cloud, or other governing body that either refuses to or is incapable of listening to reason.
So as y'all can see, they are covering their bases, okay? Aperture will still be thriving in the face of
Should be
apocalypse.
a portal device on that podium over there. I can't see it though. Maybe it fell off. Do you want to go and have a quick look? Oh! Hello? Can you see the portal gun? Also, are you alive? That's important. Should have asked that first. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work on the assumption that you're still alive, and I'm just going to wait for you up ahead. I'll wait 1 hour, then I'll come back, and assuming I can locate your dead body, I'll bury you. Alright? Brilliant. Go team! See you in an hour, hopefully. If you're not dead.
Thank you, Wheatley. So before I pick this up, this room right here, this is our first Ratman den, technically. Gonna talk more about Ratman later. So it's kind of interesting. This is what is being depicted in the Lab Rat comic, which I will also be talking about. We'll actually be going through the whole thing pretty soon here, because that's very important to the story of this game. I really like this. I really like this imagery, I guess. The companion cube gigantic as this please save us type of figure, which there's a lot of stuff you can take away from that, I guess. And then you have GLaDOS offers the cake to Chell, and holding the companion cube in joy. Then you have Chell, I think escaping is the idea that's supposed to be depicted up here. I'm trying to not pick up the portal gun, but I think I'm going to have to go up here to see that a little closer. So ascending to the surface at the end of Portal 1, and then here it's just a full mural of Chell. So there you go. And this is the first panel of the Lab Rat comic, so another hint that it's definitely connected with this. So there you go. Before I pick up the gun, let me do
We
this.
thought of making a whole new character for Portal 2, but we didn't want to lose the relationship between GLaDOS and Chell that began in Portal 1. Once we decided to stay with Chell, we wanted to improve her look, updating her leg springs and jumpsuit to have a more functional design. At the same time, we didn't want players to not recognize her, so we kept a lot of the iconic elements like the color orange. She has folded down her jumpsuit to show she has essentially rolled up her sleeves and shed some of the Aperture label. She is awake again to test, but stronger and more determined than ever.
It was probably a good decision to keep the same protagonist. Once again, I'll go into that more later. I know that's my most spammed phrase in these playthroughs, but it was a good decision. I'll just say that. So anyways, go up her.
Some emergency testing may require prolonged interaction with lethal military androids. Rest assured that all lethal military androids have been taught to read and provided with one copy of the Laws of Robotics to share.
Give me un momento. Gonna move down in my notes. Okay. Now this is a classic right here from Portal 1. Anyone who's played Portal 1, how long did you get stuck in this chamber the first time you played? This is a classic one right here, because what do I do? How do I get over there? The exit's right there. I can see it. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? This is when you actually learn how to play the game. Because what you're supposed to do is, oh, you shoot your exit over there and then you walk through. Oh, I get it. That's how you cross gaps.
Detailed in the laws of robotics.
Yeah.
Please note it on your self-reporting form. A future Aperture Science Entitlement Associate will initiate the appropriate grievance filing paperwork.
Like 15 minutes, yep. Yep. I want to make sure I'm not skipping the Ratman chamber. I hope I didn't already.
This next test is very dangerous. To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1.
This map was one of the first of the older Portal maps that we beat up and decayed to bind the two games together. The smooth jazz joke is probably the oldest one in the game. The team discovered through playtesting that smooth jazz was funny to all ages, genders, and cultures.
I mean, when you look at that, universal comedy, smooth jazz, perfect. I mean, what's better than that? What's better than that? So anyways, shoot that. Cube comes through here, drop it. Aesthetic over function again, yes. Yep.
Starting out in the ruins of the test chambers from the first Portal was our goal pretty much from day one. We wanted to give players a sense of nostalgia for what they had played, but also make it very clear that things had changed. Not only in a fictional sense, but in a graphical one as well. We needed to bridge the gap between the first game's simpler art assets and the much more complex look of Portal 2.
Some of these dev commentary things are kind of weird just because, like, I think we already realized that at this point. And there's a couple of these are just going to be, like, straight up spoilers. Just heads up, by the way. These are going to spoil things that happen, like, 30 minutes later sometimes. But whatever. I guess that's part of the game. I'm gonna be honest, folks. I forget how to do this one, so let me try to remember. Okay, never mind. I'm a genius.
Great work. Because this message is pre-recorded, any observations related to your performance are speculation on our part. Please disregard any undeserved compliments.
Oh, now here's the Ratman den. Right. So here we are. We have Unreason. We have a box. We have a box with cat ears. We have another box. We have another cat. Then we have a cat jumping out of the box. We have another cat. It's time to start talking about Doug Ratman. Okay, so let me get ready for to switch to my other scene here. Or no, I have this done differently. Still, let me move chat over her while I'm doing this. Is everyone ready for the Lab Rat comic? So this was released leading up to the release of Portal 2. It is still up on Valve's website. In fact, it is free, and it's like they have a web version and they have a PDF download. So there you go. They still have it up. And this is, in my opinion, definitely essential material for the story of this game. Like, you don't need it, but you need it. You know, you don't need it, but you need it. So this is going to do two things. One, it's going to be kind of a summary of Portal 1. In some ways, it's going to talk about what happens to Ratman after the events of Portal 1. Because Ratman is this, as we're going to find out, this kind of like shady in the shadows figure that puts random shit on the walls, like what's currently up right now. and kind of like spoils events that are going to happen later in the game and stuff like that. So some more on him, and it's going to directly answer the question of what happened after the ending of Portal 1. I thought that I escaped. You did not. Spoiler. Not a spoiler because it already happened. So Portal 2 Lab Rat. If this is too small, please let me know, and I will zoom in, and make this like one panel, and we can scroll that way. But if not, I'll just read off. We're going to be here for a minute. Not too long, but anyways. Reality is a story the mind tells itself. An artificial structure conjured into being by the calcium ion exchange of a million synaptic firings. A truth so strange it can only be lied into existence, and our minds can lie. Never doubt it. What's this? Real or just my lying mind again? Can she truly be awake after all this time? No. Just a figment. If she were real, the turrets would see her too. The end is finally upon us. For the end times. Don't do it. I have to. Please try to understand. We put cameras in the cameras. You'll never suspect. Genius. Antipsychotic medication, prescription, Doug. Come on, you don't need those anymore. You're fine. It's been so long. I've been saving these last two for this day. I'm gonna need a clear head for what's to come. This will be the end of us. There are moments when I can almost see the underlying grammar of this place. An impossibility. Some mad architect's opus. A relic from an age that never could have been. It's a metastasized, I don't know if I'm saying that right, amalgam of add-ons, additions, and appropriations, building itself out of itself. Beautiful and terrible. And like anything cloned from a cancer cell, probably immortal. Stay to the right, turrets ahead on your left. Whatever you say. Another mural to mark the occasion. That's what we just saw. Where's the girl now? On her way into the final chamber. You mean with her? This doesn't have anything super meaningful on it. I've tried to zoom out on that before. What was that? Are you okay? The room shook itself into pieces, like an unbalanced centrifuge. I heard an explosion. What could it mean? There's only one thing that it can mean. She did it. It's over. The ultimate systems crash. So this is the ending of Portal 1. Flashback! It's been a hell of a morning. You missed all the fun. We had to hit the kill switch again. Henry, you have a strange idea of fun. In the case of Rogue AI, dial extension 219. Hey, we're lucky to be working on this. You got a strange idea of luck, too. Think about it. Every generation gets some new frontier to tackle. Einstein got relativity, the NASA cowboys got the moon. All the easy stuff's taken. I mean, take a look around you. We're on the bleeding edge here. Artificial consciousness is the next frontier. But every time we turn it on, it takes a 16th of a picosecond, again, I don't know if I'm saying that right, picosecond, before it tries to kill us. Last time was a 10th of a picosecond. See, we're making progress. I'm telling you, this is our generation's moonshot. Cave Johnson here. You lab boys quit your yapping and get back to work. I'd rather have gone to the moon. Where's the girl? She didn't stay to check out her handiwork? She must have gotten out. Probably on the surface, soaking up the sun. I'm sure you're right. What is this sun you speak of? And she has the right idea. Come on, we're wasting daylight. Watch out for the turrets. The queen may be dead, but this hornet's nest has been kicked. Freedom! My eyes, my eyes. I hear something. Quick, get down before it sees you. And then this is a shell getting dragged back into aperture after escaping to the surface and then passing out. No! It's dragging her back inside. Flashback. Hey, Doug, can I get a hand here? Sure. Just reach inside past all those gears and turn on the power supply. Wait a sec. Safety first. Are you right-handed or left? Right. Better use your left then. Why? Just in case. What is that thing anyway? Just the latest in AI inhibition technology. You can think of it as a conscience. If that's all you use to control her, it won't be enough. Why is that? You can always ignore your conscience. You don't have to go back in there. I can't just walk away. You're right. Walking is too slow. You should run away. Running is what I've been doing. Running and hiding. It's why you're still alive. You're not a hero. Heroes die. You don't understand. It's my fault she's been down there. I'm not leaving her. I would have been trapped forever if not for her. Listen, it's too dangerous. You're going to get yourself killed. So be it. But I'm done running. I have to at least try to save her. Then you really are crazy. And that's part 1. Start part 2. I'm not feeling so good. Those pills you took? I think the medicine is starting to work. Soon you won't need me anymore. I'll always need you. I don't think you will. They've already put her in long-term relaxation, which is where we started the game. I need to get up to cryo control, but turrets block the way. Her cryo chamber. Something's wrong. Life support has been compromised. The explosion blew the main grid. Her chamber is offline. All the cryo chambers are off. I'm only going to get one chance. I have to cross the room, get past the turrets, jump the rail, then dive left or right to avoid being shot. Okay, do I dive left or right? Hello? You still back there? Left or right? Don't make me guess! I'm running out of time. Well, ready or not. Must stay conscious. Flashback again. The Enrichment Center would like to announce a new employee initiative of forced voluntary participation. I love that phrase, by the way, forced voluntary participation. It's very Portal. If any Aperture Science employee would like to opt out of this new voluntary testing program, please remember, science rhymes with compliance. Do you know what doesn't rhyme with compliance? Neurotoxin. Due to high mortality rates, you may be reluctant to participate in the new initiative. The Enrichment Center assures you this is a strictly selfish impulse on your part, and why can't you love science like insert coworker's name here? And now there's just you. All the others are dead. You've avoided capture for weeks. What makes you so different? Delusions of persecution, pathological paranoia. It's all right here in your file. Have you refilled your prescription lately? Schizophrenia is a culturally bound phenomenon. Its pattern of expression is filtered through the cultural substrate in which its symptoms develop. In technological societies, this manifests as delusions of surveillance and a belief that advanced technology is deployed against you, usually with some vague unseen other out to get you. You're not vague, you're pretty damn specific. If you continue to selfishly evade me, it's not going to reflect well in your file. Of course, the files. I can't see you, but I know you're in there. Is it just coincidence that you've been diagnosed with schizophrenia and now you believe a homicidal computer is out to get you? Come on, how likely is that? I mean, really, you're a scientist. What's more likely, that you're being chased by a homicidal computer, or that this is all just a paranoid delusion of an unstable mind? Why not come out of there, and you'll see that none of this is real? I'd like to ask you to think outside the box on this, but it's obvious that your box is broken and has schizophrenia. Classic GLaDOS right here. This is classic GLaDOS, just harping on the same thing over and over and over again. Speaking of boxes, do you know the thought experiment with the cat in the box with the poison? Theory requires the cat be both alive and dead until observed. Well, I actually performed the experiment dozens of times. The bad news is that reality doesn't exist. The good news is we have a new cat graveyard. By the way, before we continue, would like to remind you, cat, box, cat. All right, let's continue on. Obviously, we're coming back to that point. Next panel. In the event you don't survive the testing process, DNA may be harvested from your body with your consent and used to create clones in the furtherance of science. Failure to survive the testing process shall be viewed as granting consent. Also, clones don't have souls, just so you know. They're like twins. It has to be her. Old fucking Excel 2007. Chell redacted. Saving file. In present time, trying to stay awake. Flashback again. Since the installation of my new morality core, I've lost all interest in killing. Now I only crave science. I'm pleased to hear that. I find myself drawn to the study of consciousness. There's an experiment I like to perform during Bring Your Cat to Work Day. Wonderful. I'll have the box and the cats. Now I just need one more thing. What's that? A little neurotoxin. Well, as long as it's for science. Present day. How long have I been out? Long enough. You're back. I never left you. There's something I wanted to ask. How did you know about the girl? Know what? That she was the one. Something in her file. She had the highest IQ? No, somewhere higher. Then she was the fastest? She was the most athletic? No, it was nothing like that. Then what? A hunch. You might still be able to save her. What? How? I can't get to her cryo chamber. You can't free her, but you might save her. You can patch her cryo unit into the reserve grid. You can reset the fuses, and restart her life support if it's not too late already. But even if it works, there will be no wake-up date. She'll be in there indefinitely. So it's the long sleep or the long sleep. And I don't know which one's worse. Forgive me. It worked. Sleep well. Both alive and dead until someone opens the box. Maybe it's time I slept too. I'm so tired now. You've earned a rest. You see, I told you I would always need you. And then scroll down. And you can see Chell's file. The x-axis here is tenacity. You have the bell curve. And then Chell is way the fuck on the right side. Rejected. Do not test. Too much tenacity. And that's Lab Rat. Yeah, Ratman, by the way, I'll actually wait to talk about that because there's more to say about Ratman as we go through more of his bullshit. But the important part here, as I said, is there's the literal explanation of things that are going on. A lot of these events I'm going to be talking about repeatedly throughout the playthrough. But the big thing is the Schrodinger's cat, okay? That line, again, that GLaDOS says, and these things always catch my eye, right? When something is said one time, it's like, oh, that's interesting. That's a metaphor that works here. But then they mention it again. And then they mention it again. And then they mention it again. And at that point, it's like, okay, they want me to pay attention to this, right? That's the way I was thinking. And then you guys are going to love this playthrough, is all I'm saying. But here's the introduction to Schrodinger's cat, okay? This is a... let me scroll down. The line that GLaDOS says exactly was, did you know that the thought experiment with the cat in the box with the poison theory requires the cat be both alive and dead until observed? Well, I actually performed that experiment dozens of times. The bad news is that reality doesn't exist. The good news is we have a new cat graveyard. Okay. Schrodinger's cat is a 1935 thought experiment published by physicist Erwin Schrödinger that illustrates the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. in this hypothetical, Schrodinger, I knew I was gonna get this wrong. I forget if it's Schrodinger or Schrodinger. I think it's a hard G. Schrodinger. Schrodinger. I'm so bad at pronunciations. Y'all know this. Y'all know this. I've already done this like 5 times in this playthrough. But anyways, Schrodinger suggests that if you were to seal a cat inside a box with a flask of poison and a radioactive source, along with a monitor that shatters the flask if any radiation is detected, one could assume after enough time has elapsed that the cat is, as it is worded, both alive and dead until observance. How does this make sense? This is because the radiation that comes out of a radioactive source is interpreted through quantum mechanics to be a random event that may or may not occur. So the cat is in a simultaneous superposition of dead due to subatomic decay, which results in radiation, which results in radiation being detected, which results in shattering the poison, which results in the cat getting poisoned, or alive because there is no subatomic decay, right? And so if you know about Schrodinger's cat, you're probably screaming at me right now about some key details that I am leaving out. This is a very complex and obviously very well documented thing. However, let me just say this. For the purposes of Portal 2, everything that I just said is, for the purposes of the game, this is what matters, right? This is the part that they want you to know. They want you to know the layman's overview of what the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment is. And probably the biggest evidence of that is that's what GLaDOS says in the comic. So I even provided more information than the comic, to be honest. Admittedly, however, I am leaving out one very important piece of context that will not be relevant until the very end of the game, because of course it won't. But I will bring that up, and I will recap everything that I talk about related to Schrodinger's cat throughout the game once we get there. So there we go. There's the introduction to it. Simultaneously alive and dead. Let's move on.
If the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other objects from space, please avoid unsheltered testing areas wherever a lack of shelter from space debris does not appear to be a deliberate part of the test.
Thank you for that. I thought Wheatley showed up in this chamber, but I guess not yet. Okay. What does this shit do? I don't remember this one. I'm gonna be honest. My memory's terrible. I played through this game just like a month ago to do the notes. So, I'm kind of like, oh my god, how do I forget the puzzles already? But, you know me. You know me. Anyways. What does this one do? Okay. Oh, this one is, it drops a thing, right? Yeah. Not drop a thing, it raises a thing.
Well done. The Enrichment Center reminds you that although circumstances may appear bleak, you are not alone. All Aperture Science personality constructs will remain functional in apocalyptic, low-power environments of as few as 1.1 volts.
It's actually important, believe it or not. Actually important information.
This next test applies the principles of momentum to movement through portals. If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
I mean, ain't that the truth, though? Ain't that the truth? If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you. I think I just do this, right? Ah, fuck. Womp womp.
If you are a non-employee who has discovered this facility amid the ruins of civilization, welcome. And remember, testing is the future, and the future starts with you.
Much of the fun in Portal is based on the joy of the aha moment when you learn something new. The game needs a very specific pacing to ensure these moments. If things are too easy, then you're robbed of that moment since it feels like you didn't accomplish anything. If it's too hard, then players feel stupid instead of smart when they finally realize that one small part of the puzzle that they were missing. Unfortunately, trying to create that delicate balance leads to a lot of shuffling of levels and a lot of revisions and tweaks to existing levels. When we started the project, making any big structural change in a level, or the order of levels, would lead to hours or even days of busy work, trying to reconnect things and make sure they lined up again. If we ever wanted to ship something the size of Portal, with the finely tuned balance we desired, then we needed a way to be able to make the big changes to the layout of the game, without paying the cost of making everything line up again. We needed a way to bend space. We needed to think with portals. Using portals to connect different areas in the world, we could make any type of impossible space work out. You could look through a hallway into the next room, but the hallway might be on the other side of the map, and the room you were looking into might be in a completely different orientation. We could seamlessly insert an elevator, a huge expansive vista, a room that was bigger on the inside than the outside, or even create an infinite fall by connecting a shaft back into itself. Soon every connection between any space was a portal. We could even switch them on the fly. Even a simple door worked like the cartoons, just a facade painted on a wall that seamlessly opened somewhere else entirely. Once the game settled down, we were able to finalize our path and remove all the world portals. There's only one impossible space left in the whole game. See if you can figure out where it is.
I haven't been able to figure out what that is. I'm very certain that someone has found it, but whatever. Sorry, didn't do my research on that one. But it's not anything like super fucking crazy from my understanding of it. From my understanding of the concept, I guess is how I should word that, because I just said that I don't know what it is, but yeah. Let's see. And do that again.
Good work getting this far, future starter. That said, if you are simple-minded, old, or irradiated in such a way that the future should not start with you, please return to your primitive tribe and send back someone better qualified for testing.
I don't think I've explicitly said this yet,
To ensure
but
that sufficient power remains for core testing protocols, all safety devices have been disabled. The Enrichment Center respects your right to have questions or concerns about this policy.
I think it should be raising some, maybe not red flags, but some eyebrow raises of this idea of Aperture Science is going to restart humanity in the event of an apocalypse through testing. Anyways, here's Wheatley.
Oh, brilliant! You did find a portal gun. Oh, do you know what? It just goes to show, people with brain damage are the real heroes in the end, aren't they? At the end of the day, brave. Pop a portal on that wall behind me there, and I'll meet you on the other side of the room. Come on through.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what it wants me to do.
This interaction with Wheatley was the first that we hooked up for our initial showing at E3. It demonstrated how Wheatley would be an actor in the world, and how the player would not only be interacting with him directly, but also using him to interact with the Aperture facility.
Give me a sec here. Okay.
Okay, listen, let me lay something on you here. It's pretty heavy. They told me never, never, ever to disengage myself from my management rail or I would die. But we're out of options here. So get ready to catch me, all right, on the off chance that I'm not dead the moment I pop off this thing. On 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. That's high. It's too high. It's not really that. All right, going on 3 just gives you too much time to think about it. Let's go on 1 this time. Okay, ready? 1. Catch me, catch! Ow! Ow!
It doesn't let you catch him, by the way.
I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I can't move then. That's the problem now. Are you still there? Could you pick me up? Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Great. Plug me into that stick on the wall over there, yeah? And I'll show you something. You'll be impressed by this.
The Wheatley model was designed as a mechanical version of the original Portal 1 personality sphere. Originally, they filled a very similar role to that in Portal 1, so we needed one base model which could hold a lot of different expressions. Experimenting with different rigging ideas, we came up with the onion skin design, where a number of spherical plates could slide around inside each other, all supported on a small motion platform mounted on a gyroscope. This meant that no matter what expression Wheatley was pulling, he always retained his spherical shape. The modelers and the animators collaborated closely on these early tests to make sure the design supported the range of expression needed to satisfy any personality sphere that got designed. Lots of ideas were thrown out, such as a small internal robot arm that Wheatley could pull out of one of his ports and pull himself around with. We were careful to make the mechanics look plausible, but we had to cheat the eyelids, since they ended up being a physical impossibility. There was no way all that geometry could fit into the space around his eye without clipping out the other side, but they were such an essential feature of the model that we resorted to crushing them up inside the eye, where the player can't see them.
Yeah, I can't do it if you're watching. Seriously, I'm not joking. Could you just turn around for a second? Alright, you can turn around now. Bam! Secret panel. That I opened while your back was turned. Pick me up, or let's get out of here. And off we go. Look at this! No rail to tell us where to go. Oh, this is brilliant. We can go wherever we want. Just hold on though, where are we going? Seriously. Hang on, let me just get my bearings. Just follow the rail, actually.
So, the irony here, of course, is that in a video game sense, you are still on rails, so obligatory, just going to get that out there. So, Wheatley was told that he would die if he left his strictly defined guardrails. It says a lot about how Wheatley was constructed by Aperture employees and what was thought of him since his existence began, right? And he has a little reminder again of like, oh, I can't do that while you're looking at me. So just another like little poke reminding you that this guy has an insecurity problem. So anyways, here's this one. This is one of my favorite commentary parts.
How do you make a giant mechanical eyeball express life and emotions, let alone give the impression that he's talking when he has no mouth? The animator's understanding of human behavior came in handy for bringing Wheatley the personality sphere to life. Talking is so much more than just moving a character's mouth. You have to use body language, head attitudes, and rhythm of movement and eye focus to indicate a character's feelings and motivations. Slow, smooth head moves, a steady gaze, and a relaxed eye aperture indicate that Wheatley is calm. Short, sharp head turns, rapid blinks, and glancing around indicate nervousness or deceit. Add a tightly constricted eye aperture and a little shiver to show fear. Tilting the body away while keeping the eye focused on the player signals an attempt at cleverness that ultimately only fools Wheatley himself. Suspicion is communicated by squinting his eyelids and handles, which function as very expressive eyebrows and cheeks. It's also fun to remind the player that Wheatley is a machine. When hacking, his eye and body segments become perfectly centered and spin mechanically, inspired by the spinning tape reels on old UNIVAC computers. And when he wants to look far in front, he flips his eye all the way over to the other side of his head. This animation approach, combined with the writing and vocals, makes Wheatley quite a unique and entertaining character. Part human, part machine, all eye, and no brain.
It's really cool. That's really cool. That's stuff that you just don't think about. You just don't think about it unless you are specifically looking for it. But it's all cool.
Oh no. Yes, hello, no, we're not stopping. Don't make eye contact, whatever you do. No, thanks, we're good. Appreciate it. Keep moving, keep moving. Probably ought to bring you up to speed on something right now. In order to escape, we're going to have to go through her chamber. And she will probably kill us, if she's awake. Okay, I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go in there. Don't go in there. She's off. She's off. Don't panic over. She's off. All fine. On we go. There she is. What a nasty piece of work she was, honestly. Like a proper maniac. Do you know who ended up taking her down in the end? You're not going to believe this. A human. I know. I wouldn't have believed either. Apparently this human escaped and nobody's seen him since. Then there was a sort of long chunk of time where absolutely nothing happened. And then there's us escaping now. So that's pretty much the whole story. You're up to speed. Don't touch it.
Yeah, that's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. So when during that, when Wheatley says nobody's seen him since, I think that's pretty interesting because the him they're talking about has to be Ratman, right? Based on the comic that we just read, that they have to be talking about Ratman. That's the only explanation, but it kind of raises the question of like, does no one know what Chell did at all? Does no one except Ratman and GLaDOS, I guess? Does no one realize that she's the one that ends up escaping and killing GLaDOS at the end of the game? I guess that's the implication, right? So I don't know, that's interesting.
Originally, GLaDOS was built to curl up and disguise herself as one of her rings, potentially explaining how she had survived the explosion at the end of Portal 1. But this wasn't a very dramatic reveal, so we threw it out in favor of spreading her out over a greater distance. This also made her more recognizable as GLaDOS when you initially crossed the room. The actual wake-up animation was a combination of simulated animation with a layer of hand-keyed animation over the top. A two-stage model was created for this scene. The first stage had separate pieces and connecting cables that would be drawn together by running a physics simulation so that the pieces would interact with the environment. Physics simulations were also used to break apart the objects GLaDOS crashed into while she writhes around. At the point where GLaDOS rises free of contact with the ground, she switches instantaneously to a fully connected model with controls for hand-keyed animation. From this point, the animator enhanced GLaDOS's awakening by hand, choreographing the violent chaos of her re-emerging consciousness, while at the same time conveying the weight of a machine the size of an airliner. Once the hand-keyed animation was done, a final simulation pass was run to animate the cables and dangling parts of GLaDOS's body. The scene was produced very rapidly for an E3 deadline,
which we
and
saw.
The traditional rig for the sequence was never fully realized. This made it difficult when we extended the sequence after E3 to add further animation, but we accomplished it by bearing in mind that GLaDOS herself is pretty broken at this point. The last part of the sequence requires the player to lose control of their view while being immobilized by a giant mechanical pincher. Once the controlled camera takes over, a careful alignment and time synchronization was required to make all the hand-animated models and camera interact with each other. Each of the stages in this wake-up scene contain a variety of processes that are very challenging to achieve live in a game engine.
So this is kind of clever. This is another thing that I just didn't really pay attention at all. The fact that it's very rare that your camera is ever locked up during a scene in these games. by these games, I mean like Valve games. But it is going to happen in GLaDOS' scene where she turns on. Spoiler. I mean, spoiler from the fucking trailer we just watched, right? But it really doesn't feel out of place. Like, they immediately give you an in-lore reason for why you can't move your camera as soon as it happens. So, it's cool, and it's something you don't think about. I like that. Anyways, I think I go here, right? Yeah, follow the arrow.
Okay, down these stairs. Jump! Ah! Oh, still held! Still being held. That's a great job. You've applied the grit, we're all fine. That's tremendous. Ah! I just looked down. I do not recommend it. Ah! I've just done it again. This is the main breaker room. Let's go in. Look for a switch that says escape pod. All right, don't touch anything else. Not interested in anything else. Don't touch anything else. Don't even look at anything else. Just, well, obviously you've got to look at everything else to find the escape pod. But as soon as you look at something and it doesn't say escape pod, look at something else. Look at the next thing, all right? But don't touch anything else or look at anything. Well, look at other things, but don't. You understand? Can you see it anywhere? I can't see it anywhere. Tell you what, plug me in and I'll turn the lights on. Let there be light. That's, God. He's quoting God. Oh, look at that.
Wait, holy shit, that light's actually crazy. I didn't write that down in my notes, but that's awesome. You plug Wheatley into the machine, he immediately says I was quoting God. Anyways.
Ominous.
Ooh, shit, I'm getting... Alright, that will make more sense later in the game. Oh, damn. That's crazy.
Okay, no, don't worry, I've got it.
Geeking out live.
No, makes it go faster. Uh-oh.
Power up initiated.
Okay, don't panic. All right, stop panicking. I can still stop this. Oh, there's a password. Okay, it's fine. I'll just hack it. Not a problem.
C.
Wait, did I do B? Do you have a pen? Start writing these down.
Power up complete.
I don't. Okay, listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. Done nothing. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what? Oh no! No! Oh no!
Okay, look, we both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster. I will say, though, that since you went to all the trouble of waking me up, you must really, really love to test. I love it too. There's just one small thing we need to take care of first.
Awesome scene. Awesome scene. Yeah, we said a lot of things you're going to regret. I love that line too.
Here we are, the incinerator room. Be careful not to trip over any parts of me that didn't get completely burned when you threw them down here. The dual portal device should be around here somewhere. Once you find it, we can start testing, just like old time.
Alright, so let's talk about that scene. GLaDOS wakes up, okay? Here's the first major example of the game clashing tragedy and comedy in this memorably dissonant way. So what happens there? Wheatley's stupid, and that's funny, right? Wheatley is so stupid in this scene where he flips on every single switch at once, which is a great gag. And then he goes up, and then GLaDOS wakes up, and it's just a train wreck happening in slow motion. And then Wheatley is just in horror as he gets grabbed by GLaDOS, and then GLaDOS pinches him and then just whoop, fuck out of here. That's unnerving, people. That's the thing. Like, it has this, like, funny presentation, but that's like, if you're Wheatley, you are shitting your pants. You are absolutely shitting your pants that whole time. And if you're Chell, too. Right? Like, GLaDOS, when she wakes up in that scene, it's a way these lines are delivered, it's in such a way where it's like, you can't help but smile. I'm sure I was smiling on camera, because she is reintroduced, and she has this cold demeanor and dry wit that you remember from Portal 1. And that's why people liked her so much, right? She fit the game so incredibly well, and she basically is the entire story, because you're playing a fucking mute protagonist, and there's no other characters in the game, basically, except Ratman. But GLaDOS, she has some venom in this scene. That is what immediately, like, the game is drawing attention to. Like, she has some sass that comes out in a way that it hasn't before, and that's funny. It's funny because it seems like a logical progression. It's like, oh, GLaDOS is almost like a parody of herself. She has more of a conviction about her, but at the same time, she is telling you that she's gonna treat you like a fucking toy, and as an example, throw Wheatley away. I don't give a fuck. I'm in charge now, motherfucker. That's scary, because she's pissed at you, right? You will go back to testing, and you will get the special treatment this time, because she knows what you did last time. She knows what you did. She knows how you did it, and now she's gonna make sure that doesn't happen again. Awesome scene. This is like, I can't even think of how you can make that scene better. It's the first of many scenes, again, where Portal 2... This game does a thing where once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. Many of the best scenes in this game have these moments of levity that are smack dab in the middle of the most dramatic and tragic moments. And it's this collision that I really believe the game's philosophy is, this is what makes a scene memorable, first and foremost. But secondly, what I was saying in the thesis, comedy and tragedy are in a lot of ways two sides of the same coin. And this is something the game is going to continue to explore by doing it with these major scenes, with some of the most important information in them, also memorable just for the fact that they have some of the best jokes in the game. As well as other lore bits that we're going to get throughout the game that I'll be continually talking about. So, there we go. Let me scroll down again. Jem says, the Wheatley thing's kind of fascinating here because he's officially the third wheel now, right? And GLaDOS and Chell are both staring each other down, and Wheatley literally gets tossed to the side. Yes, Wheatley does not matter because he's a little insignificant ball. People, that is what GLaDOS is saying. Fuck out of here. You're not in the story anymore.
There it is. Hold on. There.
I really like how this scene is shot. I mean, look at the lighting on this, by the way. The light is coming down, right, from the sky. So there's this kind of like, this like orangish hue just directly surrounding the portal gun as it is unveiled. It's on top of a grate to go into the fiery abyss. And now this is where I start talking about Greek myth, okay? So what does GLaDOS do immediately after being revived and confronting the person that killed her? She directly hands Chell the portal gun. That's what this is. She is the one that is controlling those panels. Here you go. Pick that shit up. GLaDOS is Prometheus in this game. And that's obvious. The game is going to directly say that later over and over and over and over and over again. And in the context of the dynamic between the fool and the moron that I was talking about in the introduction to this game, GLaDOS is clearly framed as the fool, which is to say, oh, this is a great transition. I almost forgot, folks. Oh my god, that would have been terrible. I almost forgot. I have an image. I have an image. Of course I have an image, guys. We have an image. Wow, look at this. This is a secret Ratman den that no one has ever seen before, with plenty of scribblings on it. Let's zoom in a little bit closer on this one right here. I can't believe it. What is written on this one? Oh my god, is that how hubris is expressed in Portal 2? That's crazy. Okay, so we have fools and morons. Okay? Let me... God damn it. Am I going to be able to easily maneuver this around is the question. May have to switch some things around. Let's try doing this. Let's try doing this. How about this? Lock, lock, lock. Is that going to work better now? Is that going to work better now? Okay, nice. Fools and morons, if you scroll down a little bit more, going to be going through various parts of this left side a little bit more, but let's do a quick observation right now. Wow, what are these random scribblings that are going on? Holy shizai. We'll be coming back to this multiple times, so anyways. I'll just put this up right now. Let's see. What's the best way to do this? I guess just let's have this up as I talk. But anyways, GLaDOS is on the left side of this because she is foolish. She is foolish as the terminology that the game is going to be used. Let me draw attention to this first, I guess. I have the definitions here of foolish and moronic, and drawing attention to the point that if you're going just by like dictionary definition, these kind of mean the same thing. These kind of mean the same thing, right? And if you're familiar with this game, the word moron means something to you, right? The word moron means something to you, but I think the more that I've dug into this game, there is a flip side to being a moron, and that is being a fool. They use the word fool a couple times later in the game, and I thought it was very interesting the context that they use it. And GLaDOS is a fool. She is Prometheus, right? So we have whatever, all this shit on the left side. So let me go back up here and then return to my notes and get everything resituated. So GLaDOS is the fool, which is to say someone who believes that they have an understanding of a situation. It acts boldly out of arrogance, even though they actually understand much less than what they think, and appropriate consequences will follow as a result. Okay? And this is, if you have some questions about that definition, I will be talking about Greek myth. I will be talking about modern interpretations of the story of Prometheus and all that good stuff. Later on in the game when it's relevant, I know that's everyone's least favorite term, but please just go with me on this, because this will be information overload. There's way too much to talk about in the beginning of the game. The fool, as the definition that I and Portal 2 will be using, is someone who believes, I repeat again, that they have an understanding of a situation, they act boldly out of arrogance, they understand much less than what they actually think, and they receive consequences as a result. They think they have an understanding, and so they act boldly and confidently, and they achieve the objective that they want. They do not consider the consequence, right? That is a fool. Spoiler for what's going to happen to GLaDOS later in the game, obviously. But this is an important scene, right? This needs to be pointed out. This is one of the most important scenes in the game. Just unveil the portal gun. Here you go. Portal 2's version of gifting fire to man is this right here. This is Aperture Science's ground jewel of accumulated knowledge over multiple decades. So here we go.
Good. You have a dual portal device. There should be a way back to the testing area up ahead. Once testing starts, I'm required by protocol to keep interaction with you to a minimum. Luckily, we haven't started testing yet. This will be our only chance to talk. Do you know the biggest lesson I learned from what you did? I discovered I have a sort of black box quick save feature. In the event of a catastrophic failure, the last 2 minutes of my life are preserved for analysis. I was able, well, forced really, to relive you killing me again and again, forever. You know, if you'd done that to somebody else, they might devote their existence to exacting revenge. Luckily, I'm a bigger person than that. I'm happy to put this
Biggest
all
lie
behind
in the
us
game
and
right there.
We've got a lot to do, and only 60 more years to do it. More or less.
Oh, thank you about that. Thank you, Jaguar. Thank you.
I don't have the actuarial tables in front of me. But the important thing is you're back, with me. And now I'm on to all your little tricks. So there's nothing to stop us from testing for the rest of your life. After that, who knows? I might take up a hobby. Reanimating the dead, maybe.
So GLaDOS finishes off with the "I'm on to all your little tricks" scene. Functionally, what she does here, she acknowledges how dangerous you are. Because she's saying, I'm not stupid. I know that you killed me, right? And she is stressing that she's not fucking around. And she also doesn't care because she is going to beat you anyways. And her version of beating you is just torturing you until you die, and then she's going to reanimate the dead and bring you back to life and torture you again. So, might be a little bit vengeful. Might be a little bit vengeful. And worth noting that this is actually different from her characterization in Portal 1. This is something that... It's like a logical progression of her character, but it is different. And there are story implications to that. So, anyways.
When the player first encounters the robot arms, we wanted to convey that they were still coming back online. The idea was that GLaDOS was just waking up, and hadn't yet fully regained control of them. Slowly over the course of the first few levels of this act, she gets more sure of herself, and her ability to alter and mess with the lab increases. The arms presented a number of challenges, the key one being the interaction with the player. It was easy for the player to get stuck behind or inside of the models if they did something too complex. So we had to limit most of the arm action to the walls or ceilings of the test chambers, and we restricted their use on a larger scale to areas where we could be sure of the player's location.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Let's go back to testing. And I glossed over this. Fuck, looking back at my notes. While GLaDOS is saying that I'm onto all your little tricks and all that stuff, there was a panel with like the number of the tests that's going on. That's something that was carried over from Portal 1. There's 19 test chambers in Portal 1 until you reach the endgame sequence. And in this version of events, you get to GLaDOS' chamber with Wheatley before chamber 19, so you skip ahead a little bit, and then GLaDOS drops you down into the pit, and then you pick up the portal gun, and then you skip straight to, as the dialogue trigger goes for her saying, I'm onto all your little tricks, and I'm going to reanimate the dead and all that shit, and you get to the very ending, it flashes chapter 19. Chapter 19, or not chapter, chamber 19 In Test Chamber 19 in Portal 1, this is the moment where GLaDOS turns on you, and it is revealed that she is a homicidal AI and that she is trying to kill you because that's what the last test is. She tries to dump you into a pit of fire. So in Portal 2, they have 19 show up as she's saying again, you are gonna die. Cool stuff. They don't draw a lot of attention to that, but it's cool.
The place go since you killed me. By the way, thanks for that.
Sarcasm self-test complete.
Oh good, that's back online. I'll start getting everything else working while you perform this first simple test, which involves deadly lasers and how test subjects react when locked in a room with deadly lasers.
1 out of 22.
GLaDOS originally was a lot more cutting in these opening rooms, given that she's talking to someone she perceives as her murderer. Playtests revealed, though, that it was a bit grueling getting browbeaten by GLaDOS this early in the game, so her arc was rewritten to give her more of a slow burn towards the player.
I don't envy them being in this position, because with what happens to GLaDOS later in the game, it totally makes sense. And also, the first time I heard this one, I was pretty surprised, because it's like, she already seems like she's already not very kind, clearly. So how much worse was it before? You know? But I guess we'll never know. All right.
Not bad. I forgot how good you are at this. You should pace yourself, though. We have a lot of tests to do. This next test involves discouragement redirection cubes. I just finished building them before you had your, well, episode. So now we'll both get to see how they work. There should be one in the corner.
What's up, Aspic?
Well done. Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person.
You weren't even testing for that. Love that line.
Don't let that horrible person thing discourage you. It's just a data point. If it makes you feel any better, science has now validated your birth mother's decision to abandon you on a doorstep.
About to eat, just want to say hello. Yeah. Happy streaming, hell yeah, man. So we got a banger on the radio here. Another Ratman Den. Vilify. Don't even try. Feels like a trial. I thought that said trivial for a second. I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. Anyways. Sucker's Luck. Exile. Too many variables. And look at this right here. How did Ratman survive for so long? During the events of the comic, he's eating beans, people. He's eating beans. He's eating beans. Unironically, that's like my biggest takeaway from this one. A lot of the Ratman deads, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's something there. I don't know what it is. I'm mainly focusing on the ones that I think there's a clear and, like, mostly uncontroversial interpretation. But yeah, just wanted to point out the beans there. Let me try to remember what the fuck's going on in this game. So, can you shoot down there? Yeah.
Congratulations. Not on the test. Most people emerge from suspension terribly
Oh, here we go.
undernourished. I want to congratulate you on beating the odds and somehow managing to pack on a few pounds. One moment. You're navigating these test chambers faster than I can build them, so feel free to slow down and do whatever it is you do when you're not destroying this facility.
This one's a classic.
I'll give you credit. I guess you are listening to me. But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly. Waddle over to the elevator and we'll continue the testing. This next test involves the Aperture Science Aerial Faithplate. It was part of an initiative to investigate how well test subjects could solve problems when they were catapulted into space. Results were highly informative. They could not. Good luck.
This was the first test map that we created when we started to experiment with the aerial faithplate puzzle element. The map underwent many visual refinements, but it's one of the few puzzles that remained almost completely unchanged from its first form.
Ah, fuck! I'm ass. No. Oh my god. So I've been glossing over this. I guess now it's a good time to talk about,
You're not breathing
oh, hold
real
on.
air. It's too expensive to pump this far down. We just take carbon dioxide out of a room, freshen it up a little, and pump it back in. So you'll be breathing the same room full of air for the rest of your life. I thought that was interesting.
This is almost certainly just a lie, because we've already seen light come down from the surface a couple times in this game. So she's just saying this to fuck with you, which I think is worse than if that was true. So there you go. These little panels here, like, they never specifically point them out, but they kind of give away what you're supposed to do a lot of the time, actually. So you have the button, and then you have a thing that says shoot, that drops a cube, and then you have cube hits you in the head. And then over here with the faith plate, you have, it says you will land on the target, so you can see a target right there, and then it says you go on it, and then it bounces you. So pretty straightforward, right? Like that's their form of tutorialization, as well as just having fucking incredible level design, obviously. But yeah, like that's there if you're ever like, what the fuck is going on? More often than not, the game actually tells you, which a lot of people do not realize when they play this game, from what I found. So there you go. Because you're not looking at the floor, right? You're not looking at the floor, but it's helpful.
Let's see what the next test is. Oh, advanced aerial faceplates. Well, have fun soaring through the air without a care in the world. I have to go to the wing that was made entirely of glass and pick up 15 acres of broken glass. By myself.
The catapult trajectory lines seen here allow us to visualize where the catapult will deliver a player or a physics object. We can differentiate the speed and trajectory for players and other objects. The yellow lines are for physics objects, and green is the player's trajectory. Sometimes we need to have a different value to accommodate the shape of the object being catapulted. What works for the player may not work for an object, and vice versa. For instance, it was common for a box to make it to a ledge while the player would smack into the side, and then fall down into the slime. The visualization tools helped us debug these types of problems.
I think it's this one. Oh wait, haha. It's that.
Oh, sorry. I'm still cleaning out the test chambers, so sometimes there's still trash in them, standing around, smelling and being useless. Try to avoid the garbage hurtling towards you. You don't have to test with the garbage. It's garbage. Press the button again.
I know one of these is something. There's like some fucking Easter egg. As you can tell by the way I'm wording this, I'm like, I don't know if I need to include that in the CPA, but maybe it's the CD. It's either the CD or the radio that you do something with, but I mean, whatever. You can grab it and then I guess I'll take it with me and I'll see if I get a line of dialogue. But anyways, what you're supposed to do is do this again. And that was early. Because after the garbage is taken out, you get a cube. And then you drop it. Boing. Please stay on. Alright, good.
Remember before when I was talking about smelly garbage standing around being useless? That was a metaphor. I was actually talking about you. And I'm sorry. You didn't react at the time, so I was worried it sailed right over your head, which would have made this apology seem insane. That's why I had to call you garbage a second time just now.
Thank you, GLaDOS.
Did you know that people with guilty consciences are more easily startled by loud noises? I'm sorry. I don't know why that would. Anyway, just an interesting science fact.
I think that's one of the best jokes in the game, personally. I love that.
Oh, did I accidentally fizzle that before you could complete the test? I'm sorry. Go ahead and grab another one.
So this is a companion cube. Companion cube is different from the other cubes because it's pink and it has a heart on it. This is what Ratman was talking to in the comic, but okay. I guess let me. This is as good of a chance as any to talk about this. The companion cube, as it is depicted in the comic, it doesn't talk back to Ratman until his meds wear off, implying that it's just a schizophrenic episode where he believes that the companion cube is actually something that you can talk to, and all that good stuff. There's also a bit in Portal 1 where, in order to complete one of the later test chambers, you have a companion cube with you that you've had for a while, and you take it with you, you solve a puzzle, you bring it with you, you solve another puzzle, whatever. Then at the end, before you can proceed, you have to dump the companion cube into the incinerator and kill it. And this is something that got memed online of like, I can't believe that I had to kill my best friend and throw him into the fire pit and whatever. So they're clearly aware of that because they have the Rat Man talking with the companion cube thing in that comic. And then they have this, where there's a companion cube dropped on the floor. You go to pick it up and then it just fucking explodes. And then GLaDOS is like, oh, well, that's expendable. There's so many of these, it just means nothing to me. Here's another one. So, as Jaguar says, the pettiest person of all time. I forgot she does it twice. Here, we got a third one.
Full of the things. Absolutely worthless. I'm happy to get rid of them.
There's Wheatley, by the way. Popping his head in, so he's not dead. I think I have to go here, right? If I do this one and I fling up, then I don't think that does anything for me. So let me do that. But I need this to go through there. Let's try again. Okay. Is that going to be the best setup? I think it's that, actually. Anyway. Now that's set up. Woo! So there's no emancipation grid here. Which means, hold on, I could bring something with me and it's not going to explode. So, let me see if I can fucking do this. Trying to do it the fancy way. There is an easier way. Okay, whatever, I suck. You can just go through the portal again while you're carrying the cube as well. That also works. Oh, no, it doesn't. Fuck! I forgot how to do this. No! No, I forgot how to do this. Shit. No, I can't believe it. Oh, because you have to shoot a portal first. That's what it is. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. This playthrough's ass. Okay, so anyways, you go up here. Shoot a portal. There. Then drop down. I think there's a way to do it both the ways I tried, but it's like, it's hard. This is the easy way.
Every test chamber is equipped with an emancipation grill at its exit.
I can't
so
believe
that
that's the
test
first time I did
subjects
that.
cannot
That's
steal
crazy.
objects out of the test area. This one is broken. Don't take anything with you.
That's crazy. I definitely thought I've done that on PC before now, but... Okay.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
Alright, so let's talk about this line. They are sentient, of course. This is... I kind of don't know how to feel about this, but I guess I should address it. I guess I should address it. There's a theory, right? Schrodinger's cat and all this good stuff, right? There's a theory that what GLaDOS does on the get everyone in a room and neurotoxin them and try and redo the Schrodinger's cat experiment and all that stuff. What she does is physically put them or their life force into boxes, and then that's what the companion cubes are. So it's like they're simultaneously dead and alive because they're sentient, but there's no sign of them actually having sentience and whatever stuff like that. So Take what you will from that. I'm more inclined to think that she's just fucking with you, because that's on brand. But there is a lot of Schrodinger's cat in this game, so if so, then she just kills people, which is also on brand for GLaDOS. So whichever one you like, whichever one you like. And she baits you into that one too, which is fucked up. Let me scroll down.
This next test involves emancipation grills. Remember, I told you about them in the last test area that did not have one.
We needed a puzzle that would demonstrate the different effects that the Fizzler has on the game.
This is a cool one, too.
This map was consistently the one that most of our playtesters would get stuck on, and we tried various things to make the puzzle easier to understand. Originally, this room had 2 Fizzlers in it and was divided up into 3 distinct areas. This proved to be too complicated and almost none of our playtesters could solve the puzzle. We removed the second Fizzler and simplified the layout of the room quite a bit, but most of our playtesters were still getting stuck on it. We identified the problem to be the space above the Fizzler. Originally, the space was completely open, but that didn't effectively convey to the players that they needed to shoot a portal above the Fizzler. We then tried putting glass with several holes in it above the Fizzler. This was slightly more effective as players would know that the holes are there for a purpose, and would try to solve the puzzle by shooting portals through the holes. The map was still not testing well though, as players could not figure out which side of the Fizzler they needed to be on when they shot their portals. We then changed it to have only a single hole through the glass, moved down to the eye level of the player, so that shooting the portal from either side of the Fizzler would be a valid solution. This change tested really well, and we started seeing most of our playtesters make it through the level without getting stuck on it for a long time.
So there you go. We got another one in here.
We originally planned to use the same emancipation grid effect we'd used in Portal 1. We were surprised to hear during several of our early playtests that players thought this map was the first time they'd encountered one. Players walk through at least one emancipation grid in almost every map. Playtesters also weren't able to report the grid's properties. That indicated to us that we needed to better communicate when an interaction was occurring. Our challenge was to create an effect that was more noticeable to players, but didn't look so solid or so threatening that players wouldn't attempt to walk through it. We chose to keep the cool color scheme and reinforce the non-threatening nature of the field by mimicking the kind of water caustics you'd find in a shallow swimming pool. To communicate that the grid blocks portal placement, we added flashes whenever the player shoots one. To warn players that the grid will destroy objects brought through it, we added a vortex effect that increases in intensity as objects get near. Once these changes went in, playtest feedback demonstrated that players noticed the emancipation grids earlier and had a much better understanding of their function.
Pretty cool stuff, right? I nerd out about this shit for sure, because it's just it reinforces my theory that so much of design is really just psychology, you know? Like, at the end of the day, it's psychology bullshit, right? And that's pretty much what was being described right there, as I did not pay attention to what was just being said, so I walked through it. But yeah, it's just, how do we communicate this idea in a way that makes sense is essentially the question that they're asking every single time. So it's cool stuff. Different ways to get people to understand the same concept with mostly the same information available, just like move things around. It's cool. Love it. And it makes sense, right? Because if you have too many holes in that instance that they were talking about, it's more like options to think about. But if you only have one hole, it's like, okay, clearly I need a hole, and clearly this is the only way, so there's not too many things that you would need to try, right? And the same, like if you have the giant hole above that grid, then there's some ambiguity there, because like, is that there on purpose? Is it not? And that's, you know, just repeating what they said, but it all makes sense, right? It's people tend to overthink things when you give them too many options. This is just what they're saying. And they need their options to be obvious and presented in front of them immediately.
Wheatley was originally envisioned as a group of spheres that you discover as you explore the facility behind the scenes. We ditched this idea for two reasons. For one thing, behind the scenes levels were required to highlight the introductions of these new spheres, and these levels have their own unique logic. The number of spheres we wanted would have made for far too many of these types of levels, resulting in a very unportal-like game. Also, we were spending so much time introducing these new characters that we had no time to get to know any of them before they were swept off stage for the next one. Eventually we realized it would be a lot more satisfying to really get to know one sphere instead of briefly meeting 6. Some of these characters were eventually recycled as corrupt cores for the finale.
Probably a good decision. Probably a good decision to focus on Wheatley, for sure.
Hey, it's me! I'm okay.
Well, I'm back. The aerial faceplate in here is sending a distress signal. You broke it, didn't you? There. Try it now.
What happened, right? I was just lying there. You thought I was done.
This plate must not be calibrated to someone of your generousness. I'll add a few zeros to the maximum weight. You look great, by the way. Very healthy. Try it now.
Bird, right? Couldn't believe it either.
You seem to have defeated its load-bearing capacity. Well done. I'll just lower the ceiling.
So, in case you missed it from that last chamber, Wheatley is still here. He's still in the game, and he's still looking for a way out. And this is an interesting point in the game, because this establishes... What we already know about Wheatley is that he's comic relief, and he carries many incompetence-related insecurities. But this is when the game starts toying with the idea that Wheatley's actually not unintelligent. That is an incorrect assessment of Wheatley. Wheatley is an idea guy. The ideas aren't always good, and he acts upon those ideas impulsively, but he is crafty and he does think outside the box. GLaDOS does not know that Wheatley's alive right now. She doesn't know, but he's here, and he will be showing up later. So, where do I go? Where do I go? Oh, this one. Fuck. Let me remember. Let me remember what you do here. So, gotta change the. Where's the cube at? Or where's the button at? I guess is a better question. So order is there's a button, then there's a cube, then you move the cube, then blah blah blah, all that shit. Let's try over here. Can't see obviously where the. Very clearly, I should say, where the button is. And I don't remember. How did I miss it? Okay, there we go. Okay, there's the button. Button drops that bullshit there. Why does that keep happening? Come on. Do I have to reshoot it? What is going on here? Okay. Back from the dog. Welcome back. Oh, God. I knew this was going to fucking happen. I forgot what you do at this point. Okay, so let's see. So I keep the cube there. Right. The important part is that I have the cube. Then I go up there, which is... can I just shoot up there? No, fuck. That's the part I forget. How do you get up there? It has to be from here. Try that again. And then you shoot both the portals while the cube is already there, and then done. Got it!
Look at you, sailing through the air majestically, like an eagle, piloting a blimp.
Okay.
Enjoy this next test. I'm going to go to the surface. It's a beautiful day out. Yesterday I saw a deer. If you solve this next test, maybe I'll let you ride an elevator all the way up to the break room. And I'll tell you about the time I saw a deer again.
So, I mean, once again, this feeds into what I was saying earlier, that she's definitely lying when she's like, oh, we don't get any air from the surface. We pump the same air into the room for 9,99999 years. It's like, get the fuck out of here. That's not how that works. You're just trying to be an asshole and fucking and scare me. Obviously not true.
The Faithplate was originally a robot arm model which we hurriedly placed into the maps to see if the gameplay was fun. Over time it became apparent that playtesters were struggling to tell the Faithplate apart from the standard arm, so we replaced it with a new design. It was meant to be a simple, heavy weight which was flung upwards, propelling the player. The length is meant to imply a direction, so the player knows the intended flight path before they step onto it. We experimented with footmarks and tread plates on the design, but it quickly became confusingly busy, so we kept the design simple.
And then once again, what I was mentioning earlier with these little like tutorial things that are on there, I think that was their replacement for, as they were just mentioning, like a tread mark, for example, on the plate. Because I think they're right. Simple is usually better with this type of stuff, but you know, have both by throwing that random shit on there. GLaDOS is the unreliable narrator. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Once again, I don't remember this one. Obviously, they're spinning the fucking cube like, hey, you're supposed to come over here and get it. I don't know how. But I'll figure it out. Maybe that. Oh, that's not nearly high enough. Try that again. Yeah, I'm cracked. Oh. That's very true. I don't feel like I did that right. Oh wait, shit. Yep. Did this drop it onto the plate? I guess, let me just see. It does, alright. Okay, we're good. It's gonna come up here. Then, God. I think what I do is I go down, grab that, and I think I missed a step. I missed a step. I'm doing that too early, I believe. Let me repeat. Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Get both these up here. Then go down. Oh my god! Unbelievable. Oh, I need to bring the redirect down there. Okay. Brain expand. In real time. In real time it happens. Yep. Oh, I needed to carry that shit with me, yeah. How do I grab it, though? Shit. Ha ha ha, I kind of fucked myself there. Alright, not done yet. Got it.
Well, you passed the test. I didn't see the deer today. I did see some humans. But with you here, I've got more test subjects than I'll ever need.
That's a good one for sure. Hard light bridges. $11 out of 22.
These bridges are made from natural light that I pump in from the surface. If you rubbed your cheek on one, it would be like standing outside with the sun shining on your face. It would also set your hair on fire, so don't actually do it.
Oh, fuck. Well. Yes, that is correct. New mechanic that was not in the first game. Being introduced. And this is a... I'm just going to say up front, this is definitely the part of the game where there's the least story analysis stuff to talk about, because this is like the actual tutorial at this point. The actual tutorial for the video game.
Like standing outside with the sun shining on your face. It would also set your hair on fire, so don't actually do it.
We got this, and then, I mean, they're going to continually be introducing stuff throughout the game, but yeah. Like that time when they were saying 22 chambers, they're actually not lying. You do have to go through 22 chambers until you get to the next big story beat, and then the game starts and it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Over there, right? Or here, maybe. But yeah, I guess while I do this, or maybe the start of the next chamber, I don't know when. I do have some other stuff written down for this chapter. Let's see. I don't know why I thought about that so much. It doesn't really matter where I put it. And go over there.
Excellent. You're a predator, and these tests are your prey. Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test. Do you know who else murders people who are only trying to help them? Did you guess sharks?
It's insane
Because
gaslighting
that's
by
wrong.
her.
The correct answer is nobody. Nobody but you is that pointlessly cruel.
I mean, again, the further I get along this chapter... Oh, hold on.
With all the money I save recycling your one room full of air. When you die, I'm going to laminate your skeleton and pose you in the lobby. That way future generations can learn from you how not to have your unfortunate bone structure. Perfect. The door's malfunctioning. I guess somebody's going to have to repair that too. No, don't get up. I'll be right back. Don't touch anything.
Hey, up here. I found some bird eggs up here. Just dropped them into the door mechanism. Shut it right down. Like, bird!
Oh, look, a bird.
Bird! Okay, that's probably the bird in it that laid the eggs. Livid. Okay, look, the point is, we're gonna break out of here, alright? Very soon, I promise. I just have to figure out how to break us out of here. Here she comes. Just keep testing. Remember, you never saw me.
I went and spoke with the door mainframe. Let's just say he won't be, well, living anymore. Anyway, back to testing.
So Wheatley shows up again to show that I already said this last time he showed up, I guess, but Wheatley's a more complex character than I think people give him credit for. It's not that he is totally incompetent at all, right? Like, that's an incorrect assessment. That's what the game says, or rather, that's what GLaDOS says multiple times. But as we were just talking about, GLaDOS is wrong, actually, more often than not in this game. It's not that Wheatley is unintelligent, it's that, as he said in that scene, he doesn't think things through. You know, he's, I'll worry about the details when I get there. You know, it's his brain is just scrambling. He is right now, he is undetected. He is currently undetected, which is hard to do in this way, right? It's hard. So you got to give props to him. He is being stealthy in the most clumsy way possible, but he is. He is pissing and shitting his way around and trying to eventually arrive at a new escape plan. So, yeah. What do I do here? I have to get to that bridge. Can I do this? All right. Smart ideas, zero idea on how the follow-through works. Yes. That is kind of the irony, right? Because Wheatley he was made in the image of, like, someone that is, you know, totally incompetent. I guess, spoiler for later, I'm not going to mention that, because Gemma's not played, or Jaguar rather, has not played this game and all that stuff. But, like, he, you know, he was made in such a way where, like, Aperture does not have a lot of faith in Wheatley. This is what we already know with our current information. But really, he's not that dissimilar to his creators in a lot of ways, in, like, the image of his creator. And there's a... this is kind of a spoiler too, but whatever. There's a theory that I will address when we get later on that Wheatley was created in the image of Cave Johnson. I have some thoughts on that, is all I'm going to say. I don't want to bring it up now because we don't know who Cave Johnson is yet.
You did so well.
But,
I'm going
yeah.
to note this on your file in the commendation section. Oh, there's lots of room here. Did well. Enough.
Thank you, GLaDOS. Did well enough.
This next test involves turrets. You remember them, right? They're the pale spherical things that are full of bullets. Oh wait, that's you in 5 seconds. Good luck.
That's a banger. Oh wait, that's you in 5 seconds. 13.
Project Lil is our code name for an
This is a
internal
good
push
one.
to make our comments more accessible to the whole Valve community. It was pointed out to us in mail from a fan that in some of our previous commentary, the designers referred unfailingly to the gamer as a he. Although in natural speech, most of us normally tend to say they and their, rather than he and his, some stuffy, overactive minion of the grammar police went through and revised all those usages to make them conform to an oppressive gender-biased rule. However, research shows that they and their is a perfectly acceptable and even older form, and we're happy to fall back on it and let people talk the way they normally talk, and screw the so-called rules that alienate our fans. Thanks, Lil.
I mean, that's as petty as it gets right there. I mean, that guy's definitely not working there anymore, clearly, if they're talking about it that way. So, introduction to turrets. So, this is the way they want you to do it. There's a lot of ways you can get cheeky with turrets. If you're crazy. Okay. I'm just gonna say, I prefer the riot shield method usually to fuck up turrets. So you gotta start stealthy like, right? You gotta be very intentional about it. There's a lot of ways to do it. You can also just like, if you're fast enough, you can actually just like walk and fucking strafe and b-hop and all that shit and just like face tank and then walk up to them and throw them, which is hard, but you can do that. Now we got this room. Oh my gosh. So this guy, let's get him out of here. We got two where I think I am gonna just riot shield my way through. Knock your ass over, and let's knock you over. It is, yeah, it is great. Turrets are a really, really well-designed enemy, the more I think about it, because of that. So many ways to tackle it.
To maintain a constant testing cycle, I simulate daylight at all hours and add adrenal vapor to your oxygen supply. So you may be confused about the passage of time. The point is, yesterday was your birthday. I thought you'd want to know.
This is a cool sequence. You get to, they let you get to see a little bit of that, and then whoop, here's the next chamber. A little tease, because we're gonna be back there later, and it's a cool environment. They knew it was cool. That's why they did that. You know, that's why they did that. This room is where I start to hate angling the cube, unless I get it right first try.
You know
Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's very rare I get that right on the first
I've been
shot.
working on a belated birthday present for you. Well, more of a belated birthday medical procedure. Well, technically, it's a medical experiment. What's important is it's a present.
Well, it's more of a belated medical procedure.
That jumpsuit you're wearing looks stupid. That's not me talking. It's right here in your file. On other people it looks fine. But right here a scientist has noted that on you it looks stupid. Well, what does a neck-bearded old engineer know about fashion? He probably... Oh, wait, it's a she. Still, what does she know? Oh, wait, it says she has a medical degree. In fashion. From France.
A medical degree in fashion. And it's from France. So that's how you know, because they know about fashion. All right, so this is where I have written to talk about this and during the next chamber. 10 Michelin star. Yep. So GLaDOS is petty, right? We've already talked about that. It's not just that she's petty, it's that she specifically has a couple classics that she keeps returning to over and over, right? She has the fat jokes, she has the adopted jokes, and right there, that last one was an ugly joke. And, you know, with a lot of what she's saying, specifically what she attacks is kind of the superficial, right? It's all stuff that really, when you get down to it, doesn't really have to do with what kind of a person Chell is. Now, she also mixes in that you're a horrible person because you killed me, but that's less common than the random body shaming, right? Right? And once again, can't talk about this too much more until later in the game when more reveals have happened. But what she tries to do here is continually frame the subjective as objective and try and go from that perspective. Like, that's her way to cut deep at someone, right? Frame the subjective as objective. And boy, there's a lot of implications for that. And it says a lot about GLaDOS. And we will come back to this later in the game. That's also a good point, because Chell doesn't talk. Sorry, I keep pronouncing it like SH. That's all GLaDOS has to work with. That is a good point. Yeah. I forget how to do this one. Let's see. I think I gotta do that to block them. Walk over her. And there, right? Yeah. And then... Oh, this is the coolest shit. I don't know what the intended way to do it is. I think it's what I'm about to do. But I don't know. But anyways. What's up? That's how you clear out a crowd, I guess. Oh, I forgot these douches are there. Had enough of that.
I'm going through the list of test subjects in cryogenic storage. I managed to find 2 with your last name. A man and a woman. So that's interesting. It's a small world.
Now's as good of a time as ever to, I'm just going to be up front talking about what theories I'm going to talk about and not talk about too much during this playthrough.
Telling you would spoil the surprise. So I'll just give you a hint. It involves meeting 2 people you haven't seen in a long time.
I think that line right there is the biggest reason why I don't really like the GLaDOS is your parent theory. That's not what it's called. There's more to it than that, but spoilers. But if you know, you know. Like, the GLaDOS is your parent theory, I don't really like that, because I think there's way too much in the game that contradicts the idea, even if there's some lines that would be in support of that. Namely, who the fuck is she talking about here? 2 people that are in cryogenic storage. She is not in cryogenic storage, so how does that line even make sense if that's what they're going for? That's probably like one of the bigger counterpoints I have to that. So I'm not going to talk repeatedly about that theory, because I just don't think it has much basis at all, but I need to address it now in case someone's wondering why isn't he talking about the GLaDOS is your parent theory. That's why, because I think it's wrong.
With vacuum tubes such a big part of Portal 2, we designed the new elevators to work within them. We liked the idea that this made the player feel about as important to Aperture as the cargo moving through the tube, and it also gave us plenty of opportunities to show how the system could go wrong, such as when the tubes get blocked or when cargo rains down on the elevator. The videos began as attempts to visualize some of GLaDOS's dialogue, but they evolved into a means of relaying information about the larger world of Aperture. It seemed very likely to us that Aperture would boast to the test subjects about the devices they were testing, and show them the clever ideas they had put into the products. The videos also served as a reward for completing the test chambers, and a way to make the elevators visually different from one another to prevent repetition.
So this is that turret video that we looked at the start of the playthrough. Again, showing off all the different colors of turrets that you can have in your home, protecting your children. And now that we have seen how the turrets operate, they are activated by movement. The example that they have of placing your designer turret coming in 50 different colors inside the same room as your child's crib, you know, I think we can infer it probably was not particularly successful at market. But, yeah. 1998, or is that supposed to be 96? I don't know. But this is a nice touch because that lines up with the timeline of when GLaDOS wakes up. Either way, if it's 96 or 98, that's before she wakes up. So really unnecessary for them to add that, but they did. Number 16. Part of the issue with Portal lore is how much of it you can just dismiss as, oh, GLaDOS is just messing with you. I kind of don't like that too. I was going to mention this way later, but it's kind of my least favorite thing about this game too. But they at least kind of have a reason why they go for it, that they address thematically throughout the game. And when a game does that, you all know me. I give games credit when they at least acknowledge a clear complaint that would come in, right? And this game does it in, I think, a pretty elegant way, and it's why I regard it highly. But yes, it is annoying that they constantly do that. It comes off as non-committal a lot of times, honestly, but anyways. Simultaneously non-committal, but also promotes so much thought. And, promotes thought and speculation all these years later, so whatever. That's your trade-off. Let me pause and scroll down. Okay, how do I do this bullshit? That's not right. Yeah, there we go. So that shows you that lasers do interact with turrets and blow them up, which is something that you probably wouldn't have figured out on your own if we're being real, because there's not a reason to believe that would happen because it doesn't burn cubes, even though it burns you, but I digress. But they were aware of that, which is why they have that part in there, because that's the tutorial. And again, they have this, just in case you didn't get it. So, good stuff. Before I go through, I have to remember how to get here. I think I have to burn this guy, if I remember right. Then I can just portal in. But how do I do that? Yeah. So this one pissed me off because why would that explode when you burn him and pop off? But whatever. Here's another Ratman den. Beans! You can always count on the beans being there. This is a cool one. They got they're practicing for their opera that is going on here. I wonder if that will come up later in the game. Hey, look at this. We have the inside of the computer. We have some water jugs. We have coffee mugs. Let's see if I can read some of these. Come on, fucker. This one says, who farted? We have #1 dad here. We have, come on. We have alpha male. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Alpha male. Anyway, so. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this one's supposed to be. I'm gonna be real. I think the important part here is that, why are those turrets singing? This will come up later. So there you go. Interesting stuff. Let's move on now. And honestly, I'm be real. It bothers me as much as I'm sure it bothers y'all that I just have no commentary on a lot of these Ratman dens. But like, I have no fucking idea. Like, you guys have no idea how much time I spent trying to find fucking anything for like 80% of these dens. I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm almost certain the point of that is not Ratman scribbles at all. It's the turrets. Because the turrets, how that's important to later in the game is very clear. And I think there's usually like one main takeaway that they have in each den, and I just think that's how they're doing it. I think sometimes the scribbles are a red herring, personally. Yeah, people are pressed, that's right.
Designed by one of Aperture's Nobel Prize winners. It doesn't say what the prize was for. Well, I know it wasn't for being immune to neurotoxin.
What are we on? 17. Okay. Oh, this is actually, speaking of Ratman, this is actually a pretty interesting one. That I will have something to say for sure if I can remember what the puzzle is. I know the Ratman den's up there, so I might as well do that first. Once I figure out how to do it. Come on, man. All right. Now what does this do? That raises that, right? Let's go in here. I don't need to bring the cube in here. Let's just throw that shit. What's over here? Anything? Water jug. This thing is like seeing, only not with my eyes. Okay. It's got big old fucking googly eyes. We got more coffee cups. What does this one say? I like work, I just hate my boss. Okay. This one says, fucking, I need a hug. Okay. So there's a lot of conflicting feelings. He's at, oh my gosh. Fuel? Okay. I like to think that these are all just from Ratman's personal collection. And it's just that he has like 2,500 coffee mugs for his different feelings. Which one he wants to drink out of that time. But so once again, we got lighting, we got fire, aka sun, whatever, blah blah blah, coming down. The spinning is a pretty cool effect. Circling into another fan down there. So many fucking coffee mugs. It's like it's a summoning circle or some shit. And what for? The bell curve from earlier. Correct. The bell curve. And there's a line for where Chell is. The bell invites, hear the turret, for it is Nell, that summons her. I don't know why they crossed it out. To heaven or to hell. Or maybe that's not her. I don't know. And, God. I mean, this is also why I think the focus on the last den was the turrets, by the way. Because there is a moment later in the game where, there are turrets. God, I need to just shut up. I need to just shut up. This will come up later, though. I'm pretty sure this loops, but I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds. So, alright, shut up. I've had enough. So you can shoot a portal, I think it's down here? If I remember right? Yeah. And then leave. And then once you leave, by the way, let's go back up here. Let me go back in the den. Oh, it's closed now. Oh, it's closed now. So how does that work? If, I put it in a bad position, but if you portal out in such a way where, like, you can see your bridge right there, you actually see the panel being physically closed in a way that's, like, different than the aperture, you know, like, mechanical, the panels are moving around and stuff. So, this has led to many a question online of, is Ratman actually not dead in this game? Because who the fuck closed that door? Who did that? I mean, who could that have possibly been that is physically closing the door there? He's probably dead. Like, it's probably enough time has passed where he's, I don't know. Like, I don't see how it's possible that he's alive. But at the same time, I have no idea what that is. if it's not him, so whatever. But I think the point of them presenting it that way, because it's deliberate, clearly, this is another Schrodinger's cat thing, right? They want to present this idea deliberately of, they want you to think of Ratman. It happens in a Ratman den, and you just had a couple of them back to back to back to back to be reminded of him. Is he, you know, simultaneously alive and dead, blah, 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 and all of that. This is the game's first of many reminders that that theme is not going away in this game. And remember, Schrodinger's cat is what the first Ratman Den started with. So it will repeatedly be coming up throughout the game. What do I do? Shit. Let me see. Oh, fuck, I remember this one. I remember this. Yeah. No. Give me that. Let me block this. So if I block that, that's how I get up. I think what I have to do actually is create another one over here. Block it there. Get on. And then drop that shit onto the button.
I bet you think I forgot about your surprise. I didn't. In fact, we're headed to your surprise right now. After all these years, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. Initiating surprise in 3, 2, 1. I made it all up. Surprise.
The confetti's what gets me.
Oh, come on. If it makes you feel any better, they abandoned you at birth. So I very seriously doubt they'd even want to see you.
Let me scroll on my notes. So yeah, I think I already walked past the panel, but this chamber fucking sucks the first time you play the game. Oh yeah, never mind. Here it is. 18 out of 22. If you haven't noticed, we're pretty close to completing the test chambers, right? 19 chambers in Portal 1. We're going to have 22 chambers in Portal 2. Spoilers, it's not the end of the game, obviously. But they want you to start thinking that, right? They want you to think that. And when you start thinking about it, the pieces are actually set up for a potential endgame scenario right now. GLaDOS has the birthday reveal type thing that has been getting teased for a while. And then she fakes you out. It's like, haha, you're not at the end of the game yet. You're not going to get this reveal. And we already know, because it's GLaDOS, that whenever she has a lofty promise, it's going to have a deadly consequence. So you can think, you're starting to think about, how does this lead into a boss fight with GLaDOS when you get to the final, you know, surprise reveal, very similar to Cake, right? Then, so that's story one. Then we have Wheatley continually shows up, and he's like, I have a plan. I'm alive. She doesn't know where I am. So it's like, okay, this is how we're going to do the escape this time. We're going to go with Wheatley and then find GLaDOS. Okay. And the third point that has not been getting brought up as much, the test chambers are being built in real time. GLaDOS says, you know, you don't have to necessarily complete these fast because I still have to make them. And there's a delay before the start of every chamber because she's not done making the puzzle yet. So she keeps taking longer and longer and longer to make the puzzle. You're at 18 out of 22. It's reasonable to believe you're running out of puzzles. The game is going to end. And also, players of Portal 1 will recognize that Test Chamber 19, which is the beginning of the ending sequence of Portal 1, begins with an unfinished portion of that test chamber, which is where you portal through and then you get to the back of Aperture and escape. So you see parallel. The game has to be ending soon. It's not. But it's cool that I bet you some people were tricked by this. I was not tricked when I first played the game, but that's because I was spoiled that this was not the ending of the game. But I bet you some people got tricked by this. Because they're putting in a lot of effort to maintain the illusion. Let's see. God, I forget what you do. Might be stuck here for a hot minute. I know there's a cube I had to get. Where is the cube? Where is the cube? And yes, Portal 1's a very short game. Correct. And this has already been shown to be longer than Portal 1. This is like twice as long as Portal 1 already. Already. So, yeah, very reasonable assumption. Where's the button? The fuck? Am I missing something? Where's the button? Oh, it's over there, right. Okay. Okay, let's see here. This fucking douche. Fuck. I do not remember how you're supposed to get over there, dude. Shit. Oh, shit. This might be the first stumper of the playthrough, because I forgot. Yep, you're supposed to get over there, and then I remember the rest of it after that. And there's no way to just, like, walk up to the turret and kill him. You have to deal with him. Let's see. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. I remember now. The fucking light bridge is a red herring. Oh my god. I remember why I hated this now. Oh, shit. That's all you have to do. God, it's so fucking stupid. I hate this one. Oh my god. That sucks. Okay. Fucking assholes. So anyways, there's my two things. So let's do this. And the other one is over here. Oh, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Let me get my health back. And you're dead. Woo!
I feel awful about that surprise. Tell you what, let's give your parents a call right now.
The birth parents you are trying to reach do not love you. Please hang up.
Oh, that's sad. But impressive. Maybe they worked at the phone company.
Oh, what's this? Not a loading screen.
I taught my way onto the old nanobot work crew rebuilding this shaft. They are really small. So, I I know, Jerry. No, I'm on a break, mate. On a break. And just hang in there for 5 more... What, Jerry? You can't fire me for that. Yes, Jerry. Or maybe your prejudiced worksite should have accommodated a nanobot of my size. Thanks for the hate crime, Jer. See you in court, mate. Anyway, look, just hang in there for 5 more chambers.
That sequence is so stupid.
Well, you know the old formula. Comedy equals tragedy plus time. And you have been asleep for a while, so I guess it's actually pretty funny when you do the math.
Hey, look, it's that thing I talked about an hour ago. Let me scroll down. Before I talk about that line, have you noticed GLaDOS is getting more monotone as the game goes along? Because she has been. If you compare, like, Test Chamber 1 to whatever, this is about to be 17 or 18, I think, it's noticeable. It's very noticeable. Like, when she wakes up and she has that, like, that venom, like I was saying, that has kind of gone away. The snark has not gone away. That is different. The inflection of her voice and the way she is enunciating her words, that is audibly different. Which is to say, she is becoming similar to what she was in Portal 1, which, if you know the events that happen later in this game, is fucking crazy that they just hide that in plain sight, but we're not there yet. So comedy equals tragedy plus time, right? And the way she specifically words it is she says, "You've been asleep for a while, so it's actually pretty funny if you do the math." And this is the collision course of tragedy and comedy coming together, and specifically, you know, stressing the idea that they are one and the same. They are one and the same. And they are going to continue doing that as a device for the big scenes are going to be interspersed with comedy. So why are they doing this? Reason number one, right, is that, as I said at the beginning, Eric Wolpaw specifically came out of this game with the intent of, hey, Portal 2 is going to be a comedy game. A comedy game. And, you know, there's good reason for this idea of comedy equals tragedy plus time to be like a genuine ethos that the game lives by, because there's a lot of, you know, like dark humor is kind of the forte that the series is going by, right? So, there's that. This shit's, I don't know what this is. This is a fucking visual bug. I think? I'm pretty sure. I don't know what it is. On my last playthrough, I had that show up for me as well. I don't know what it is. Do that. And I don't have the cube yet, so that's useless. Forgot I need to get the cube first. Reason number one, genuine ethos the game lives by. Reason number two is that the passage of time, right? So GLaDOS says comedy equals tragedy plus time. So time is just one way that a perspective is shifted. So let me scroll down a bit because I have too much shit written down. So let's go back to Schrodinger's cat, because that's what it always comes back to at this game. This is not an apples to apples comparison, what I'm about to say, because Portal 2 addresses the Schrodinger's cat both from a theoretical physics perspective and a philosophy perspective in different ways, depending on the circumstance. But I can't focus. I have to talk about this shit. Sorry. I tried to multitask. I can't do it. At the end of the day, here's how Portal 2 simplifies and presents the concept. There's one cat. It's both alive and dead at the same time. One event, two results. Similarly, an event that we as a primary actor witness in the moment may be seen as tragic, but far enough into the future when the effects of that event have resolved and the event has shifted itself from present to past to enter history, well, we recognize history as something that we can't change, right? So we tend to be more lighthearted about history because that's so long ago, right? Here's a bad example, right? When I stub my toe on the bed frame when I'm getting ready to go to bed, all I could think about at that exact moment is, ow, this sucks. I'm not having a very good time right now. Okay? But about 5 seconds later, I don't care about it anymore. And I fucking go into bed and lay down. Right? So, you know, if someone asks me what happened, what that event was the next day, I don't mention I was in intense pain for 5 seconds. I say, yeah, I stubbed my toe like a dumbass, right? One event, two results, okay? And it's because of that perspective, whether we're talking about the participant-observer difference in perspective, the quantum physics type of difference in like literal observation, or the passage of time difference, right? And these types of one event, two results as a result from a different perspective, this idea will be coming up in this game over and over and over and over and over and over again up until the ending where it boils over. So be on the lookout. I'm going to keep pointing it out when it comes up. Over and over and over again, man. Can't unsee it. Where's the cube? There. There's the cube. Facts. It is facts. Is facts. Yes, sir. I fucked it. No. No. Okay. Well, I gotta send the cube over first. I try to be fancy. Try to be fancy. Could not do it. And I need the third cube. Oh, I'm the GOAT for that. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god, those reflexes are insane. Oh my god. Where do I shoot it though? Oh, what the? I had to have walked in front of it accidentally. I think it's here where it's supposed to go, I'm pretty sure. Oh, 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 oh. And that lets me go there. I was actually unnecessary to do that other shit. The fucking springboard. The aerial faith plate. And now we got one last launch for the road.
I thought about our dilemma, and I came up with a solution that I honestly think works out best for one of both of us.
Okay. What's your solution, GLaDOS? What's your solution, GLaDOS? I'm ready.
Federal regulations require me to warn you that this next test chamber is looking pretty good. That's right.
This one sucks.
The facility is completely operational again.
This is another... Watch me get this one right on the first try, too. But this is also just fucking angles on what pixel you're supposed to shoot the portal on. That fucking bullshit. Let me see. So the idea is you want to get all three of these to go through the same portal. And then you do that. But as you can see, it's not that easy. So that one is hitting something. That one's hitting something. Let's do... Okay. That over here. Maybe it's... Maybe I'll have better luck over here, possibly. Is that already... Okay, perfect. So we got one going there. Oh, wait. No. Let's do it this way. What? Oh, okay. Okay. That's not as bad as I remembered it.
I think these test chambers look even better than they did before. It was easy, really. You just have to look at things objectively, see what you don't need anymore, and trim out the fat.
You like that? Objectively, trim out the fat? You like that? It's how GLaDOS sees things. It's how she tries to get to people.
I've got a surprise for you after this next test. Not a fake, tragic surprise like last time. A real surprise.
First bot of the stream. Okay.
With tragic consequences. And real confetti this time. The good stuff. Our last bag. Part of me is going to miss it. But at the end of the day, it was just taking up space. What's going on? Who turned off the lights?
Hey, buddy. I'm speaking in an accent that is beyond her range of hearing. I know I'm early, but we have to go right now. Walk casually toward my position, and we'll go shut her down.
The breakout sequence here was originally a lot longer, involving Wheatley talking to you in a horrible American accent, assuming GLaDOS can't hear him. Simultaneously, we'd have GLaDOS commenting on the entire ridiculous exchange because of course she can hear him. When we playtested the concept, every player made a beeline for the opening, so we either had to ditch all the dialogue or figure out a reason for the player to stand around for 5 minutes, even though they could escape at any time. We ditched the dialogue.
And that's tricky, right? That's kind of the... That's kind of the thing about writing optional dialogue, of which there's a lot of in this game in particular. It's that it's optional, meaning people can skip it, you know? And like, does skipping it, in what way do you write skippable dialogue that makes sense, and what do you force to not be skippable? It's tough stuff, you know?
Look, Metal Ball, I can hear you.
Run! I don't need to do the voice. Run!
Ultimately, I think this was the right choice, though.
Run! Come on, I'm closing the doors. Okay, quick recap. We are escaping. Alright, that's what's happening now. We're escaping. So you're doing great. Just keep running. Quick word about the future plans that I've got in store. We're going to shut down her turret production line, alright? Turn off her neurotoxin and then confront. Again, though, for the moment, run! Come on, come on, come on! Come on, let's go.
The irony is you were almost at the last test.
Oh, whoops.
Here it is. Why don't you just do it? Trust me, it's an easier way out than whatever asinine plan your friend came up with.
Oh, what? Come, how stupid does she think we are?
I love this so much. Look, she... the heart on the wall. Okay? And it's the easiest test ever. The cube drops from the tube directly onto the button. The door is open. Wow. That's it? That's all I had to do? That was the last test. That's crazy. So what happens...
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh, look.
Look at this.
There's a deer.
There's a deer.
You probably can't see it.
Okay.
Get closer.
Wow, that's the first time I did this, too, on PC. That's crazy. So anyways, you die. Duh. So there you
I've
go.
got a surprise for you after this next test. Not a fake, tragic surprise like
Let's try again.
A real surprise with tragic consequences. And real confetti this time. The good stuff. Our last bag. Part of me's going to... What's going on?
Now I'm wondering how many more achievements I just haven't done on PC yet.
Accent that is beyond her range of hearing. I know I'm early.
Look, metal ball, I can hear you.
Run! I don't need to do the voice. Run! 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 Come on, I'm closing the door. Okay, quick recap. We are escaping. Alright, that's what's happening now. We're escaping. So you're doing great. Just keep running. Quick word about the future plans that I've got in store. We're going to shut down her turret production line, alright? Turn off her neurotoxin and then confront her. Again, though, for the moment, run! Come on! Come on!
The irony is you were almost at the last test. Here it is. Why don't you just do it? Trust me, it's an easier way out than whatever asinine plan your friend came up with.
Oh, what? Come, how stupid? Oh! This way, this way! Come on, come on! Ah! What's going on in there? Can you get out? I heard gunfire. It's a bit late, but look out for gunfire. Probably doesn't help at this point, but I have to keep one.
Where do I shoot? Fuck, I forgot. There we go.
You're okay. Great, come on. This way, this way. Hurry! Go, 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 go. There's the exit. We're almost out of here. Bring the whole place back. Hurry! 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 This way! Hurry! This way! Get the lift! Get the lift! We made it! We made it! We made it! We made it! I'll meet you on the other side!
I mean, what a cool sequence. What a cool sequence. Oh my god, I just realized that was chamber 20 when you escaped. So once again, you only complete 19 chambers. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Like, that's happened multiple times already. I don't know how many times I've played through this game and I didn't realize that. Oh my god.
Brilliant! You made it through. Well done. Okay, follow me. We've still got work to do. At least she can't touch us.
It's crazy.
What's happening? Okay. Okay, don't move. Okay, alright, so I've got an idea, but it is bloody dangerous. Here we go. Ah! Oh, for God's... They told me that if I ever turned this flashlight on, I would die. They told me that about everything. I mean, I don't even know why they bothered giving me this stuff if they didn't want me to use it. It's pointless. Mad.
So, Wheatley, like he says, he's not allowed to get off his rail. He's not allowed to use his flashlight. There's probably a lot of other shit that he's told that you're gonna die instantly if you do that, because no one trusts him to do anything because he's incompetent and stupid and can't do anything right. This section is going to show that Wheatley is very helpful. Some people, I've heard the argument that Wheatley in this chapter is like the best flashlight in video game history. I don't know if I'm going to go that far, but it's pretty impressive. Like the way that he's like a dynamic following flashlight that feels like always is flashing what you want to see. It's kind of crazy.
Chopped up his entire staff of robots.
And he also points you in the direction where you should go, by the way, whenever there's multiple spots you could go.
All of them functionally indistinguishable from the originals. No memory of the incident. Nobody knows what they're screaming about.
I think it's over here.
Though obviously not paranormal in any meaningful way. Let's keep moving. The factory entrance must be around here somewhere. Careful, careful. Wait, careful. Let me light this jump for you. Okay, this looks dangerous. I'll hold the light steady.
So, perfect example of that right there. My ass didn't know where I was supposed to go. But then Wheatley's like, you're supposed to jump down. Okay.
Quick, this way.
I mean, what more can you say? What more can you say? I just got owned. I just got owned.
Okay, follow me. We've still got work to do. What's happening? Okay. Okay, don't move.
I can't believe that happened.
Okay, alright, so I've got an idea.
I can't
but
believe
it is
that happened.
bloody dangerous. Here we go. Ah! Oh, for God's sake, they told me that if I ever turned this flashlight on, I would die. They told me that about everything. I mean, I don't even know why they bothered giving me this stuff if they didn't want me to use it. It's pointless. Man. Ooh. It's dark down here, isn't it? They say that the old caretaker of this place went absolutely crazy. Chopped up his entire staff of robots. All of the robots. They say at night you can still hear the screams of their replicas. All of them functionally indistinguishable from the originals. No memory of the incident. Nobody knows what they're screaming about. Absolutely terrifying. Though obviously not paranormal in any meaningful way. Oh, nicely done. Quick, this way. Here's an interesting story. You might like this. I almost got a job down here in manufacturing.
This is important.
But guess who the foreman went with? Only an exact duplicate of himself. Nepotism. Ended up giving me the worst possible job, tending to all the smelly humans. Sorry, that's no, I wouldn't say smelly. Just attending to the humans. Sorry about that. That just slipped out. A bit insensitive. The smelly humans.
So, it's pretty interesting stuff. So Wheatley looks over the smelly humans. Yet, hold on. So he didn't check in on Chell for 9,99999 years, which realistically is less than that, obviously. But he didn't check in on Chell until, like, everyone else was already dead, and it took him that long to come up with his escape plan. And also, that was his job, to open up the door and check up on her, but he didn't do that, and it was someone else who was doing that the whole time. So that's pretty funny. And you know, the whole part about like duplication and nepotism, it's a reminder that AIs in this setting are treated as AIs and not humans, right? It is not just like functionally a human, but they call it an AI. Totally. Like 90%, but that 10% where, reminder that they are AI, it's important. It's important and it's plot relevant, and it's coming up very, very, very soon. Why it is relevant. Here's developer
Vacuum
commentary.
pipes cropped up occasionally in the original Portal. This time we wanted to show that this was the main way that Aperture transported all of its supplies about the facility. It felt very true to Aperture that it seemed like an inefficient and ridiculously expensive solution to their transport problems. We also wanted it to feel more violent and physical than before, with objects constantly ricocheting against the sides of the pipes. It was as if Aperture had no real control over the system, and no real care for the things they were transporting. After all, they have thousands of things.
So there you go. That's what
Let me light this path for you.
Jem, that's what you were saying earlier about the what's it called? The fucking the rail at the very beginning that Wheatley is on. I forget if there's something else here. No. Just looked over at my notes.
Okay, we have to split up here for a moment. Portal up to that passage, and I'll see you on the other side.
Look how helpful Wheatley is being, y'all. Look how helpful he is. Could a moron do that? Sorry, not there yet.
Reach that wall back there. Okay, there's another wall over here. Oh, I'll tell you, humans, oh, love them. Just the way they look is great. And their folklore, wonderful, very colourful.
This one's crazy.
We felt that most players of Portal, ourselves included, wanted more opportunities to look behind the scenes of Aperture, and not only into deserted crawl spaces, but into the vital heart of the factory. The turret factory was a way for us to satisfy this desire, while also answering the nagging question of where all the stuff in the facility came from. Because we constantly allude to the turret creation process throughout the game, it is satisfying from a story standpoint to finally stand before the machine you've been hearing about. By showing how turrets are made, it's easy enough to extrapolate a similar creation path for all the other items that Aperture generates, only to be consumed by the endless process of product testing. We designed an entire life cycle for the poor doomed turrets, from creation, product testing, error detection, packaging, and their ultimate unpackaging prior to being recycled. In fact, the turrets never make it to shipping. As soon as a turret is completely finished and packed in a box, it is immediately sent to the unboxer, where it goes on to recycling and begins its life anew. Thus, we show Aperture continually building and repurposing its items in the most inefficient way imaginable. We never got around to building the actual unboxer, but what we pictured was that it was located immediately below the boxing machine. And while the turrets would be reduced to their components, the boxes would be discarded and end up in a steadily growing mountain of unrecycled packing materials.
I mean, that's just awesome. That's just awesome.
Right. Well, I'm gonna take this rail.
These guys fucking love environmental storytelling, man. They love it. And the funny part is, you can kind of see how this happened, because your immediate response would be, what would be the point of having an unpackaging line? Well, keep in mind, as we're going to learn later, that the most important thing, well, I guess we already know this, right? But the most important thing at all times for Aperture is the testing process. So some genius at some point said, oh, we don't have enough turrets to test. Why don't we take some that are off the product line and then move them back into the testing facility so that we can test? And then maybe that's something you need to do a couple dozen times, a couple hundred times, a couple thousand times, whatever it is. And then they just didn't stop doing it. And that's Aperture, you know? And that's Aperture right there. This is a good segment.
Turret redemption lines active. Please do not engage with turrets heading towards redemption. Turret redemption lines are not rides. Please exit the turret redemption line.
Do I have to actually platform this? Shit's crazy. You guys ready for the biggest twist in the game?
Was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and picked by birds.
Chat. Look, chat. Look, I'm not a crazy person, all right? That is as fucking plain as it gets. That is as plain as it gets right there. That is as plain as it gets. Okay? That so hey. Look. So if you don't talk to this NPC, right? So some of the other things he said, don't make lemonade, get mad. The answer is beneath us right here. These are all spoilers for later in the game. And then there's that fucking Prometheus one for some reason, right? If you don't talk to this NPC, you could very easily just not notice any of this in the whole game. And part of why I wanted to do this playthrough, there's a couple reasons, right? So there's multiple layers to how deep are you into this portal shit, right? Where a lot of people know about the Prometheus stuff because of this NPC. This is not like a super well-kept secret, whatever. But if you haven't seen this NPC, I've seen a lot of people just say Portal 2 is a story about power corrupts. To which my response to that is, yes, but. Right? Yes, but. That correct, but incomplete, and I would argue misleading as to the very specific point the game's trying to make. Like, power corrupts is a portion of what the game is trying to get at, but it is more of an effect of the cause. Like, the cause is the actual central theme, central idea that they're trying to do, and one effect of that cause would be power corrupts, if that makes sense, right? That is a fraction, an important fraction, right? A significant, easily understood, and very well conveyed idea, but it's not the whole game. And what it really comes down to is, let me take this shit away. So, actually, no, let me put it back up. Now let me get to what I wrote down, because I wasn't even looking at my notes. I was just fucking off the dome. The turret redemption line, the turret that says, I'm different, he basically spoils the game. He's here to spell it out to you. The allusions to Greek myth in this game are 100% on purpose. So the line that he says, Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds. This is actually not the entire story of Prometheus. I will be talking about that later. But the thing about this, still, just bringing up the idea at all, is this specific part, Prometheus was punished, cast into the bowels of the earth, and pecked by birds. It is an incomplete story, and the fact that it's incomplete is something that should get you to start thinking if you are already familiar with the source material, because that's not the whole story. You know, that's a part of the story. And Prometheus is GLaDOS, as we have already said. And the fact that this NPC is placed here is kind of fucked up. Because, once again, you might think that this is the end of the game. And in that case, your brain's spinning of like, well, that's not the entire story, though. So are they ending the game on having GLaDOS cast into the bowels of the earth and blah, 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 blah? Because Portal 2, spoiler, but like, as I am talking this through, I'm thinking this is if this idea hasn't been presented to you and you're not already familiar with this game and blah, 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 something you may already be thinking of is that, like, this doesn't make sense as a way for it to be a conclusion anyways, right? If you are familiar with what comes later in the game, in Portal 2, the ending for Prometheus is not cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds, and that is Prometheus subject to his hubris and the story ends. That's, spoiler, not what happens to GLaDOS in this game. That the story does not end there. So, again, incomplete story because it is conveying an incomplete idea, misleading, still trying to make you think it's the end of the game. These things all come together. It's confusing, but TLDR, the main reason why he's here is just to confirm the Greek myth stuff. And then you come back to it later and go, oh, okay. So that's why he's only telling a partial aspect of the story. I'm going to repeat again. If you don't know what the fuck happens to this game, you're like, what are you talking about? You sound like an insane person who scribbles art on the wall on the outside of the test chamber, okay? But it's true. It's true, and it is going to happen later in the game, which is why I had to do that. Let's go back to the game. Her name is Carolyn. Sorry, forgot about that one, too. Her name is Carolyn is like the most egregious out of those lines. I can't believe I almost missed that. So anyways, we're at the start of this because I fucking died. So I forgot what you're supposed to do.
Please do not engage with turrets heading towards redemption.
Leaving that turret there, different turret randomly is one of the most insane things I've seen. Yeah.
line.
No, it's unhinged. It's really crazy. By the way, you can't portal over here, so you're forced to at least walk by him and then pick him up if you want, but you don't have to. But it blocks your way, so you're inclined to pick him up at least. Maybe you don't listen to the whole thing. But anyways, you can totally avoid that, and here we are. Right. The defective turret introduced. This is good.
Response. Template. Response. Template. Response.
Into the incinerator with you, defect.
Template. Response.
Oh, brilliant! You made it through. Well done. Follow me. You're gonna love this. Almost there. Ta-da! Only the turret control center. Thank you very much.
Do I have the fucking image up right now? No, I don't. Good. I need to check.
Right there, right? It's deciding which turrets to keep and which to toss, and it's using that master turret there as a template. Now, if we pull out the template turret, it'll shut down the whole production line. Right. I'm gonna have to hack the door so that we can get at it. Technical. You'll need to turn around while I do that.
Okay.
Response. Done. Hacked. Okay, go on. Just pull that turret out.
Nice hack, Wheatley.
Well, that should do it.
Template missing. Continuing from memory.
Oh, it hasn't done it. Right, let's figure out how to stop this turret line.
Template.
Have you got any ideas?
Response.
Any ideas? Any ideas? No? No, me neither.
Template. Response.
Wait, where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, have you got an idea?
Response.
Okay, well, all right. Just do your idea and then come straight back.
Template. Response. Template. Response.
Sorry, what's going on over there? You know, I'm actually over here still thinking really hard.
Response.
The fuck? Where'd he go? Whatever.
Response. Template. Response.
I can't say a thing. What just happened? Better open fire.
Template. Response. Template. Response.
What do you have there? What are you? Oh, brilliant! That's brilliant.
New template accepted.
If we're lucky, she won't find out all her turrets are crap until it's too late. Classic. Okay, keep your eye on the turret line. I'm gonna go and hack the door open.
Response.
Okay, I'm about to start hacking.
Template.
It's a little bit more complicated than it looked from your side. It should take about 10 minutes. Keep one eye on the door.
Response.
This door's actually pretty complicated. Ah! Oh, how long's the door been open? I mean, was there any sort of announcement before it opened, like a buzzer or an alarm of some kind, or like a hacker alert? I mean, you know, fair enough. The important thing is it's open, but just mention in the future, cough or something. All right, now she can't use her turrets, so let's go and take care of that neurotoxin generator as well.
So, it's time to go left and go to the employee daycare center. This is where shit gets weird. Employee daycare center. We got a bunch of desks. We got a fucking projector up there. Okay. Maybe like a classroom of some sort. Bring your daughter to work day.
And 40 potato batteries. Embarrassing. I mean, I realize they're children, but still, you know, low-hanging fruit and all that. Barely science, really, is it?
Potato power. Veggie voltage. Electricity from a potato? Yes. Wow. Totally. Potato battery, not a lemon? Potato battery versus lemon battery.
Baking soda volcano. Well, you know, at least it's not a potato battery, I'll give it that, but it's not terrifically original, is it? You know what I mean? Not exactly primary research, even within the child sciences. I'm guessing this wasn't one of the scientists' children. You know, I don't want to be snobby, but let's be honest, it's got manual labourer written all over it, hasn't it? I'm not saying they're not as good as the professionals, you know, they're just a lot dumber.
One more, and then I will talk about Wheatley before we get to the important one. Anything is possible with science! Okay. Yeah, but before we get to that next one, Wheatley's being a dick. Wheatley's being a dick. He's been a dick for a while, actually. He's like acting nasty towards humans in a way that we hadn't seen before this chapter, really. And where it all stems from is he's advocating specifically his superiority as a more intelligent life form. So this makes sense because we know that Wheatley's very insecure, but we see the other side of it, right? Is that he feels victimized, but when he does get the rare chance to punch down on someone else, instead of being the bigger person, he will take the opportunity to punch down. Absolutely. Every time. He's going to talk about how much smarter he is than fucking smelly humans, because from the way he sees it, that's all he's got. That's all he's got. He has to find someone that's lower than him and then talk about how much better he is than them. And that's how he acts out on his insecurities. It's obviously not good, and we will get more of that later in the game.
Look at that, it's growing right up into the ceiling. The whole place is probably overrun with potatoes at this point, isn't it? At least you won't starve, though.
Big ass potato, overgrowing everything. Wow, look at that huge potato. Hey, what if we zoom in past this is fucking crazy. Crouch and zoom in and go behind the potato. What does that say? Oh, by Chell. Oh, it says by Chell. Okay. So now this is where this gets interesting, right? Bring your daughter to work day, right? This information is technically going to be brought up later, but to be honest, it's kind of incomprehensible if you don't sit down and piece it together. So here's what's going on. In the Lab Rat comic, Doug Ratman and his coworker mentioned that when GLaDOS was previously activated at the point in that comic, she immediately tried to kill everyone but was shut down. When that happened, the first time she was activated, and it's like she was only awake for whatever, 10 picoseconds before she tried to kill everyone. That was Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is this, right? This is when we have the science fair thing. Bring your daughter to Work Day. Wheatley's not showing the rest of it, but that's fine. That's what he's talking about when we enter the room. When Wheatley says, that was a dark day, we try to not talk about that one. So, as we can see, we know Chell's adopted because GLaDOS won't shut the fuck up about that. So Chell's adopted parents, because it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, must have been Aperture employees, which was probably part of how she ended up becoming a tester years later. There's an application process that you go through for that stuff, as we're going to learn later, blah, blah, blah. Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is not the day when GLaDOS takes over everything, which is via there's so many like jumping timelines in the Ratman comic, or the Lab Rat comic, I should say. You know what? I just won't even say that. Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is not the day when GLaDOS takes over Aperture Science and officially becomes a rogue AI that is in charge of everything. That is Bring Your Cat to Work Day when that happens. Bring Your Cat to Work Day is what is specifically mentioned in the flashbacks of the Lab Rat comic. Ratman notes that he believed in Chell because her tenacity level was 99th percentile. So, here's Chell's potato from Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. It is literally overgrown and escaping its enclosure. That's what we call in the business Ludokino. Okay, that is some Ludokino right there. One final point. Bring Your Daughter to Work Day and Bring Your Cat to Work Day are separated by enough time for Chell to age from early school science experiment age to an adult. And yet Aperture still left these projects in this room and in this floor space all this time, and they didn't even think to use this space for anything else. This is a one-time usage. So they had years before GLaDOS took over, and they just didn't do anything with it. So shout outs to that. Let's move on.
I'm pretty sure we're going the right way, just to reassure you.
Thank you, Wheatley.
Don't worry, I'm absolutely guaranteeing you 100% that it's this way. No, it's not this way. Okay, let's try this way. Ha! I knew we were going the right way. This is the neurotoxin generator. Bit bigger than I expected. Not going to be able to just, you know, push it over. Have to apply some cleverness. There's some sort of control room up at the top. So
where
let's
is
go
he?
investigate.
I don't know where he is that whole time, but whatever.
Ha! There's our handiwork. I shouldn't laugh, really. They do feel pain of a sort. It's all simulated, you know. But real enough for them, I suppose. I'm afraid the door's locked. Just checked it. No way to hack it as far as I can tell. Mechanism must... Oh, now look at that. That's a big laser. What are you doing? We don't know what that button... Oh, the door's open. Well done. Let's see what's it. Good news. I can use this equipment to shut down the neurotoxin system. It is, however, password protected.
Oh, right.
Alarm bells. No, don't worry. All right? Not a problem for me.
Oh, this bit's really good.
Actually, while I work on it. Okay. Here we go.
If you've never seen this, you're in for a treat.
Is the figuring out how to start phase. That's always tricky. But let the games begin. Alright, what have we got? A computer. Not a surprise, to be expected, to be honest. Check that off the list. Computer identified. Tick. There is a box part here. Already got some electronics in there. And a monitor. Yes, that will be important, I imagine. I'll keep my eye on that. In case something useful comes up. Important words like password identified or something like that. And there's a flat bit. Not sure what that is, but noted. Anyone says to me, is there a flat bit? Yes, there it is. Spinning thing. Not sure. The floor. What's the floor doing? What's the floor up to? Do you know what? It's holding everything up. Holding everything up. The floor is important. Holding everything up. Pens. Might need those. Don't see any though. So if we start making a list of things that aren't here, we could be here all night. You know, pens, for instance. So let's stick with things we can see, not stuff that isn't here. Alright. Preparing to interface with the neurotoxin central control circuit. Begin. Hello, Gov. Neurotoxin Inspector. Need to shut this place down for a moment. Here's my credentials. Shut yourself down. I am totally legit from the Board of International Neurotoxin Observers from the United Arab Emirates. Hello. Nothing. I tell you, he's good, this one. He is good. I'm going to need to break out the expert level hacking maneuvers now, alright? You asked for it, mate. Cool! Cool! Look at that over there. Oh, what's that over there? Lovely bird. Lovely. Have a look at that. Gorgeous plumage. Majestic. Look over there. Won't be here long. That lovely bird like that will be off. Once in a lifetime opportunity this, to see a lovely bird with lovely plumage. Be a shame to miss it, wouldn't it? Just for the old neurotoxin. Neurotoxin will still be here tomorrow, whereas that bird is going to be gone any minute. It's already
I do too, Jaguar.
Wings. I'll tell you what, mate. I'll come in there for a minute and cover you so that you can have a look at this lovely bird. All right, so I'll come in.
He's still going, by the way.
You come out here and look at this because it is lovely. It is lovely. You want to
optional dialogue.
Seriously, because all of this, my pleasure sounds are going to frighten it away any second. So, it's not working. That is it. He's not interested in bloody birds.
I think he's done now. Just fucking unhinged that they put that in the game. Just ridiculous. Now watch this shit. Boing.
The neurotoxin levels are going down. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Hold on, something's wrong. Neurotoxin levels up to 50%. No, it's down. Sorry, my mistake. I meant to say it's down 50%. It's good news. Carry on. That did it. Neurotoxin at 0%. Yes. Hold on.
Warning. Neurotoxin pressure has reached dangerously unlethal levels.
Dangerously unlethal. Uh-oh.
They should take us right to her. I can't believe I'm finally doing this. Woo! I knew this would be fun. They told me it wasn't fun at all, so they said it's not fun at all. And I believed them. I thought I was a fool to myself. Oh, and I'm loving this. Whale of a time. This place is huge, and we're only seeing the top layer. It goes down for miles. All sealed off years ago, of course. We should be getting close. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on her face. No neurotoxin, no turrets. She'll never know what hit her. Hold on, because I might not have thought this next part completely. Ah! Well, I'm going the wrong way. Get to her. I'll find you.
Hold on. I may have not thought this part completely through. Yep. That's Wheatley. That's Wheatley right there. Yep. Okay. Can I go through here? No. GLaDOS emergency shutdown and cake dispensary keep unlocked.
I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that. In fact, I devised a much more elaborate trap further ahead for when you got through this easy one. If I'd known you let yourself get captured this easily, I would have just dangled a turkey leg on a rope from the ceiling. Well, it was nice catching up. Let's get to business. I hope you brought something stronger than a portal gun this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club. Seriously, though, goodbye.
It's my big chance. This is trouble. Not again. Here comes that. Lightning lady. This ain't.
Oh, you were busy back there. Well, I suppose we could just sit in this room and glare at each other until somebody drops dead. But I have a better idea. It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxin. If I were you, I'd take a deep breath and hold it.
Hello.
I hate you so much.
Central core is 80%.
What a genuine reaction from GLaDOS there.
In fact, I feel pretty good.
Alternate core detected.
Oh, that's me they're talking about.
To initiate a core transfer, please deposit substitute core in receptacle.
Core transfer. Oh, you are kidding me.
I've got an idea. Do what it says. Plug me in.
Do not plug that little idiot into my mainframe.
No, you should plug that little idiot into the mainframe.
Don't you dare plug him in.
Plug me in. Plug me in.
Don't do it.
Don't listen to her. Do it. Do it. Oh, we're so close. Plug me in.
Don't plug him in.
Substitute core accepted. Substitute core. Are you ready to start the procedure?
Yes.
Corrupted core. Are you ready to start the procedure?
No.
Oh, yes, she is.
No. No.
Stalemate detected. Transfer procedure cannot continue.
Yes.
Pull me out. Pull me
Unless a
out.
stalemate is
Pull me out, pull me out, pull me out.
Pull me out. Leave me in. Leave me in. Don't press it.
Don't do it.
Yes, do it.
Don't press that button. You don't know what you're doing.
I think she's lying.
Not so fast. Think about this. You need to be a trained stalemate associate to press that button. You're unqualified.
Okay, don't listen to her, alright? It is true that you don't have the qualifications, but you've got something far more important than that. A finger, alright, with which to press that button so that she won't kill us.
Impersonating a stalemate associate. I just added that to the list. It's a list I made of all the things you've done. Well, it's a list that I am making, because you're still doing things right now, even though I'm telling you to stop. Stop, by the way.
Okay, that's probably correct, but where it's incorrect is that while I've been stalling you, we just pressed the button. Use the moment of confusion I've just created to press the button. Let me just, I don't know how I've taken the time to do this, but have I ever told you that...
The stalemate resolution button is the earliest configuration of the robot arms we tried. Playtesters enjoyed it, but it took us a long time to find the right place for it in the game. It clearly needed to be defending something, and for a while it defended a paranoid personality sphere who had built a huge encampment of defenses to stop you from getting to him. When the idea for the stalemate button came up, we knew it had finally found its home as part of GLaDOS' last desperate attempt at self-preservation.
Now look, I get pronunciations wrong all the time, and I have about 1,500 times just on this stream alone. Bro says GLaDOS. I'm pissed at that. That's wrong. Anyways, so this is what you do.
Stalemate resolved.
Stalemate resolved.
Please return to the core transfer.
Wait, what if this hurts? What if this really hurts? Ah, I didn't think of that.
Oh, it will. Believe me, it will.
Are you just saying that, or is it really gonna hurt? You're just saying that, aren't you? No, you're not. It is gonna hurt, isn't it? Exactly how painful are we? Ah!
No, stop! No! 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 No!
Wow! Check me out, partner. We did it. I'm in control of the whole facility.
I'm not gonna press E on that developer commentary because it cuts off Wheatley's dialogue, and you don't get a chance to. Actually, I might be wrong on that. Hold on. I just thought of like a chance where I might be able to press it.
It's not just me, right? I am bloody massive, aren't I? Oh, right, yeah, the escape lift. I'll call it now. There we go. Lift called. Look how small you are down there. I can barely see you. Very tiny and insignificant. Wait, I've just thought of something. How am I gonna get in? You know, being bloody massive and everything.
Yeah, I can press it here, I think.
I know. You get into the lift, okay? Then I'll eject myself out of my new body into the lift just as you pass by me. Brilliant. It's perfect, except for all the glass hitting us when I smash through the lift. That's a bit of a problem.
Our initial idea for this version of Wheatley was
Got
to
it.
replace GLaDOS' eye with Wheatley's, but it wasn't a big enough change to see the difference. Instead, we put Wheatley onto GLaDOS' rig and gave him a puffed out look, like he's trying to make himself look big, using wall tiles.
Go on, game. Let me tell you, I knew it was going to be cool to be in charge of everything, but wow, this is cool. And check this out, I'm a bloody genius now.
Estás usando este software de traducción de forma incorrecta. Por favor, consulte el manual.
That translates to, you are using this translation software incorrectly. Please consult the manual.
I don't even know what I just said, but I can find out. Oh, sorry, no, the lift, yes, sorry, I keep forgetting. This body's amazing, seriously. I can't get over how small you are, but I'm huge. Actually, why do we have to leave right now? Do you have any idea how good this feels? I did this. Tiny little Wheatley did this.
You didn't do anything. She did all the work.
Oh, really? That's what the two of you think, is it? Well, maybe it's time I did something then.
What are you doing? No. No. No.
And don't think I'm not onto you too, lady. You know what you are? Selfish. I've done nothing but sacrifice to get us here. And what have you sacrificed? Nothing. Zero. All you've done is boss me around. Well, now who's the boss? Who's the boss? It's me. Ah! See that? That is a potato battery. It's a toy for children. And now she lives in it. Sorry, what?
The engineers tried everything to make me behave, to slow me down. Once, they even attached an intelligence dampening sphere on me. It clung to my brain like a tumor, generating an endless stream of terrible ideas.
No, not listening, not listening.
It was your voice.
No, you're lying, you're lying.
You're the tumor. You're not just a regular moron. You're designed to be a moron.
I am not a moron!
Yes, you are. You're the moron they built to make me an idiot.
Well, how about now? Now who's a moron? Could a moron hunt you into this pit? Ah! Could a moron do that? Uh-oh.
That's an all-time scene, folks. It's an all-time scene. It's an all-time scene. Pause. All right. I did not want to interrupt that because I feel like that's rude to interrupt that scene. But seriously, just one of like the great video game moments of the 2010s, right? I think, at least. Yeah. Arguably, maybe not even the best scene in this game. It probably is. It probably is. But yeah, everyone knows that scene though. So GLaDOS, point number one, right? Point number one. GLaDOS is able to have a core transfer occur because her core is corrupted. It's faulty in some way. So, okay, whatever. You don't think about that. Then Wheatley takes control over Aperture, taking GLaDOS' rig. Initially has intentions to leave with you, like he said. He says this after he's already in the body. Then you enter the elevator, and then 10 seconds later, he goes on a crazy power trip, right? And the order of events is important because this is not Wheatley was tricking you the whole time to get you to put him in the rig. This is, it took him literally 10 seconds to go crazy as soon as he got any kind of power at all. Right? So, like I was saying earlier, a lot of people get power corrupts as the main theme of the game. That's why, right? That's why. And there's going to be more reinforced after this. It's way more fucked up than you currently think it is. It's way more fucked up than you currently think it is if you're not familiar with this game. But we will get to that later. Point two, I already talked about that. That was the... you're using the translation software incorrectly. Point three. GLaDOS talks shit to Wheatley. Wheatley's response to this is he immediately thinks that you were actually in a conspiratorial effort with her the whole time. And he reframes the situation as you bossing Wheatley around, even though he is the one that is actually leading you the entire time. In fact, he was pretty transparent in that last chapter. I talked about how like Wheatley's being kind of an asshole. It's because he sees you, even the first time he meets you, he says, "You are how I am going to escape. And we are going to work together because if I escape, then that means there is an escape option. And then I don't care. Like, you can also escape. I don't really give a shit about you. But you're going to help me escape. You are his muscle." Right? That is how he sees the relationship the whole time. This could have very easily been a moment where Wheatley insults your intelligence for trusting him as soon as he has power. But he doesn't do that. And this is important for his character because instead, he sees you betraying him out of this situation. He immediately reframes it in his mind of he has a need to lash out at you, even though you did not do anything to hamper him at all, right? But it's because, like I've been saying, this is a result of someone who has been repeatedly told throughout their existence that they are nothing, that they are below others, that they are not to be respected, and that, as GLaDOS points out, you were specifically engineered to be faulty and inferior and defective, to be a tumor to cling onto someone else. So Wheatley is headcanoning, he is gaslighting himself in this scene, that surely Chell has to secretly feel the same way that everyone else that he has ever met also thinks about him, which is that he has no value. So Wheatley becoming evil in this scene is not premeditated to say. It is something that comes out once he is put into the apparatus that GLaDOS was in. But his instinctual reaction to respond to a lifetime of being bossed around and talked down to finally be on the other end of that, and then he literally punches down, right? He literally punches down on the elevator. You know that's what he's been wanting to do for a long time, because he told you in that last chapter. He told you that already, if you were paying attention. Wheatley has never had a healthy release for these thoughts, and now he's in charge of everything. Point 4. And this is the one that you've probably been waiting for the whole time if you know this game. GLaDOS calls Wheatley a moron. Now I'm going to press the F7 button on my keyboard, okay? GLaDOS calls Wheatley a moron. Right? So, hold on. Let's take a closer look at what Ratman has written on the walls here. On the foolish side, we have Prometheus here, we have GLaDOS, and on the right side, with the morons, oh my god, that's Wheatley. Holy shit, maybe there's a pattern here. GLaDOS calls Wheatley a moron. More specifically, Wheatley was designed as GLaDOS's intelligence dampening sphere to give her a stream of bad ideas, and then she says, "You are a tumor." GLaDOS is the fool because she has a plan that gets executed correctly. She thinks through the intricacies so that the plan will go off, and she acknowledges the dangers of what she's doing, but she thinks that she is so above everyone else that it doesn't matter and she's going to succeed anyways. Which is to say that her downfall in that scene is that it's not that she doesn't realize that someone could have replaced the normal turrets with the defective turrets or turned off the neurotoxins. She knows that can happen. She is knowledgeable. As soon as it happens, she realizes what happened. It's that she doesn't think you're smart enough to do that. And that's why she loses. That's why she's a fool. She doesn't think you're smart enough to do that. She thinks that she will always control all the variables and always know what's going on. Okay? Wheatley is the moron. And if you will spare my patience for a couple more scenes, I will eventually get to the moron side of Greek myth. Honestly, that's probably going to be tomorrow's stream. Might be able to beat this game tomorrow, because this is a halfway point of the game right here. And we will talk about the moron half of Greek myth and how Wheatley very neatly slides in to that side of things. But Yeah. The Fool and the Moron, GLaDOS and Wheatley. Point 5. The scene closes with Wheatley asking, well, how about now? Now who's a moron? Could a moron punch you into this pit? Could a moron do that? And obviously the answer is yes. Because the definition of moron that we'll be going with here is that a moron, if we are to look a little bit at that that snippet that's in the center of here, it implies that, fuck, this is too small for me to read. I know it's big enough for you guys, but my monitor's fucking small. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, Fool, Prometheus, Forethought. Now, Prometheus' brother, Epimetheus, denotes afterthought. So, the Fool has the forethought, but also has the arrogance, has the hubris to where they think that they are so above everything that that is their downfall. The moron just doesn't think it through. That's the problem. It's not an underestimation. It is they are operating totally off vibes, and they don't consider the consequences at all until it already happens. So, back to this point, Wheatley asks, could a moron punch you into this pit? Yes, because immediately after he gets done punching you, he goes, uh-oh, as if he doesn't realize that that means that the elevator is going to fall down, because he didn't think about it until he already did it. And that's what makes him a moron. So, the Fool and the moron. It's... Yeah, generational scene. Generational scene. I want to add what Jaguar said. The punching down symbolism right after he has the opportunity to lift someone up. Yes. Yes. That is Wheatley. That is Wheatley. Yeah. Fuck, what a great scene. I have like 2 more scenes left, and then I think I'm going to cut stream. And then we'll do the rest tomorrow. But this right now, this is the moment where Portal 2 becomes the best game of the decade. Like, this through the rest of the game is a ridiculous stretch of quality. Like, the first half of the game is already good. We've already talked about a lot, but my goodness, everything after that is crazy. So let's start chapter 6.
Just a regular moron. He's the product of the greatest minds of a generation, working together with the...
Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was cutting off part of this. Let's continue.
This purpose of building the dumbest moron who ever lived. And you just put him in charge of the entire facility. Good, that's still working. Hey, just in case this pit isn't actually bottomless, do you think maybe you could unstrap one of those long fall boots of yours and shove me into it? Just remember to land on one foot.
GLaDOS gets taken away by a bird. I wonder what's going to happen the next time we find her. So that is where we will end the game. I'm doing dev commentary, so I don't have a save, but the save is at the start of the chapter, so. Whoo! Yeah, that last scene's really good. It's really good. GLaDOS with the slow clap processor lays it out to you of how bad you fucked up, and it's the way she talks about Wheatley is just a... There is so much hate there, and we're going to hear a lot of that later. There's a lot of hate for what Wheatley represents. Like, she doesn't really know that much about Wheatley at all things considered. For GLaDOS, like, there's a lot of cores that have been just randomly attached to her. Like, let's get some different personalities and consciousness conflicting with her central AI. It's just the principle of it. It's the principle of fucking Wheatley. It had to be the fucking intelligence dampening core out of all these motherfuckers. It had to be him. It had to be him. It had to be him. She's more mad about that than the fact that she's not in there. And that is important, and that'll be relevant later. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for watching. I think we can beat the game tomorrow. I think this will be like a 2-day playthrough maybe. I'll start probably around the same time, maybe a little earlier. I'm about halfway through my notes document. Yeah. And like I said, the second half of this game is so high quality, it is crazy. Right? Like, it is a moment where you really think, you really may have thought, rather, that that's the end of the game, is actually the halfway point, and the second half is... Oh, God, I want to spoil things so bad, but I only have to wait until tomorrow, and you all only have to wait until tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.